Chapter 1057. According to the cultivators who were fortunate enough to check on the sect master did not even have the chance to resist before his heart was dug out and his soul eaten. In 2 hours, the Holy Spirit school of imperial beasts, which represented the 9 prefectures and the 9 pillars that supported the heavens, was reduced to ashes. Then, a day later, the second-rank sect was annihilated, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. They had the same characteristics, which was that their hearts and souls were missing. Then all the sects and forces in the royal beast state were annihilated one by one, and they died in exactly the same way. By the time the news reached the other 8 provinces, the royal beast state had already become a ghost town. 99% of the forces were annihilated. The remaining forces also fled the royal beast state. They didn't know who was doing this, but they knew that there was an unimaginably terrifying existence devouring the hearts and souls of the entire province's martial artists. Then, in a small sect that had been destroyed, a small cultivator who had luckily escaped told them what he had seen. She had white hair, black eyes, and purple lips. She looked exactly like the glittering jewel mortal fairy described in the glittering jewel wonderland. At this moment, the martial artists of 9 regions finally broke their illusion and admitted the cruel fact. The guardian god that they had worshipped for 10,000 years was actually a demon, and an incomparably ferocious one at that. At this moment, she was wantonly devouring the lives of the warriors of the 9 states and ravaging the royal beast state. The destruction of the royal beast state had finally made all the prefectures' kings restless. Led by the 2 great mortal fairies of the great Oriental family, they united the forces of the 5 states and rushed to the royal beast state to suppress the glittering jewel mortal fairy. It was said that an unprecedented battle had taken place in the royal beast state that had caused the world to change. The spiritual energy of the entire royal beast state had been scattered, and the veins of the earth had been shattered. It had become a wasteland without spiritual energy. Without thousands of years of recuperation, the royal beast state would become a barren land. That battle was undoubtedly a battle between a group of mortal fairies. The outcome of the war also caused the creatures of the 9 regions to feel extremely uneasy, and they fell into a deep panic. Of the 6 mortal fairies in the 5 prefectures, 1 was killed, 2 were annihilated, and 3 were severely injured. The prefecture's king of the Huitian prefecture was eaten by the glittering jewel mortal fairy on the spot. The bodies of the 2 prefecture kings were destroyed, leaving only their souls to escape. 3 mortal fairies were severely injured. However, the result was that the glittering jewel mortal fairy escaped with severe injuries, and her whereabouts were unknown. They were so confident in this crusade that they didn't hesitate to destroy an entire province. But in exchange, this was the result. Endless panic spread through every region. No one knew which province this cannibal demon was hiding in or which province he would attack first. The only thing that slightly reassured the human race of 9 regions was the other 3 prefectures' kings, who did not participate in the battle, also received news. In the lifeless sword state, Jian Wuxing pulled out her sword and left the lifeless sword state. She was looking for the glittering jewel mortal fairy. The chief disciple of the supreme heavenly demon faction, Han Fei, had spread the word on behalf of her master that the demon faction had joined the holy war and were irreconcilable enemies with the glittering jewel mortal fairy. The last and most anticipated prefecture king of the 9 prefectures, the central prefecture's king, also sent out news. He had already left seclusion. As the only disciple of the former legendary prefecture's king, Shenichen, the central prefecture's king, was the center of attention. Even though he had been in secluded cultivation for the past 100 years, Shenichen's invincibility had made those who admired Shenichen place their hopes on the central prefecture's king. They believed that Shenichen's disciple would not disappoint them. In the imperial city of the region of Central Continent, in front of a splendid secret room, 2 figures stood respectfully. One was wearing a golden armor, exuding a disdainful emperor's aura. The other was wearing a purple dress, with a pretty face and an innocent look. The two of them waited quietly until the stone door of the secret room opened slowly. A figure in a royal robe appeared clearly. "Greetings, master." The woman in the purple dress bowed. The young man in the golden armor didn't move at all, showing no respect. Stage 3 all creations, Xian'er has made great progress. The man in the royal robe walked out and looked at the woman in the purple dress with a smile. The woman in the purple dress was Han Xian. The man in the royal robe was the famous Central Prefecture's king. "If there is nothing else, I will leave." The young man in the golden armor turned around expressionlessly and strode away. The Central Prefecture's king smiled kindly and said, "Go ahead and give some advice to your third junior sister. She is quite talented. I don't need any advice." Zhan Wushuang walked away without looking back. Han Xian frowned slightly. The third junior sister was a disciple that the Central Prefecture's king suddenly accepted a year before he went into isolation. She didn't know where he found her, and it was very sudden to accept her as a disciple. During the year of isolation, Zhan Wushuang was in charge of teaching her. Han Xian had only seen her a few times because she was reflecting on her mistakes. She seemed to be a very quiet girl, but she had excellent qualifications and her cultivation was almost catching up with her. It was said that she had a special bloodline, which Zhan Wushuang had praised. Han Xian knew Zhan Wushuang's character very well. For so many years he had never praised her, but this third junior sister had been praised after a year of getting along with her. It was obvious that the power of her bloodline was extraordinary. "Tell me everything that happened during the year of isolation." Han Xian nodded. After hearing about the glittering jewel mortal fairy, she just smiled slightly, not surprised or surprised. However, when she heard about Su Yu's rising reputation, her eyes lit up. Han Xian saw this strange look. Also, the Heavenly Knife region and the Blessed and Heavenly Lands are at war again. The reason is that the Heavenly Knife region covered up the traitor Gu Taishu, who killed many of their people, Han Xian said. The Central Prefecture's king nodded. "How is Gu Taishu now?" "His body has been reconstructed, and his injuries have healed. He is trying to break through to the all creations level to complete the body of 9 spirits. He has been in isolation for 3 months, and the result will be known in a few days. Well, how is your cultivation of the Jade Maiden's heavenly frost art?" The Central Prefecture's king didn't care about this at all. He changed the topic and asked about her cultivation. Han Xian answered honestly, "I'm only 1 comprehension away from the top class, but I haven't been able to break through for a long time. Maybe I need more experience." Hearing this, the Central Prefecture's king's eyes shone with surprise, but he looked very calm. He said with relief, "In that case, I will send you to the Heavenly Knife region to help. The Heavenly Knife region master will arrange for you. Fight with the Blessed and Heavenly Lands." Han Xian was a little reluctant. After all, she had lived there for a period of time. Fighting is the best way to sharpen yourself. Go, he will find a way to protect you. Han Xian nodded and left with the order. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Although she had her back to the Central Prefecture's king, she could vaguely feel that the way the Central Prefecture's king looked at her was very strange. She had a question in her heart that she couldn't get rid of for a long time. It seemed that her master was very concerned about her cultivation of the Jade Maiden's heavenly frost art, even more so than her cultivation. She had once asked her master about it, and the answer she got was that this cultivation technique was very special, and it would be very beneficial to her once it was cultivated to the top class. As a pure and innocent girl, she didn't think too much about it, but she would occasionally feel strange about the way her master looked at her. After watching Han Xian leave, the Central Prefecture's king suddenly stood up and bowed to a dark corner. "Greetings, master." "Well, I will hide here for the time being." A hoarse and indifferent voice came from the darkness. In the valley, Suyu had been cultivating for a whole 6 months. In the past 6 months, he had gone through countless yin and yang harmonization before he had finally integrated everything he had learned. The divine path, the innate martial path, the acquired martial path, and the bloodline path had all been integrated into one. It could be said that Su Yu had been reborn. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Yu looked at the fading yin and yang gates in the sky and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the yin and yang gates disappeared. The disaster of books had been eliminated. "Congratulations, Master." Xiao Bai flew down and stood respectfully. Su Yu stood up. "What's going on in the Jiuzhou continent recently?" During the long-term isolation, Xiao Bai not only shouldered the responsibility of guarding, but also was responsible for inquiring about the movements of the outside world. Xiao Bai told him the recent major events in detail. Su Yu wasn't surprised that the glittering jewel mortal fairy had slaughtered the royal beast prefecture. Su Yu wasn't surprised that the 5 great prefectures' kings and 6 great mortal fairies had fought against the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Only one piece of news made him solemn. The central prefecture's king had come out of isolation. He was the only one who knew that Su Yu had the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and his desire for it had never been extinguished. Last time, he swore that once he came out of isolation, he would hunt down Su Yu personally. Now that he had come out of isolation, it wouldn't be long before he started to act. Yun Yazi had reminded him that the strength of the central prefecture's king was at the top of the continent. Su Yu didn't have absolute confidence in dealing with him once he targeted him. The most important thing was that the 3-9 ordeals were coming. During the 6 months of isolation, the pressure in the unseen world was getting stronger and stronger. The aura of the ordeals was faintly discernible. In a few days, the ordeals were coming. The arrival of the 3-9 ordeals at this time was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The desolate, evil jungle couldn't protect him. Instead, it would attract the ordeals and the central prefecture's king, bringing unnecessary casualties to the ancient bronze tree men. He needed to choose a suitable place to complete the first ordeal, the ordeal. After finding Inmu, Su Yu stated his intention of leaving. "Is the ordeal coming soon?" Inmu said, "I've only seen the 3-9 ordeals 2 or 3 times in my life, so I don't know much about them. I only know that most of them die in the second ordeal, the ordeal of people. As for the third ordeal, the ordeal of relationships, no one can survive it. You need to be fully prepared. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Inmu. I know what to do." Su Yu cupped his fists. "I'll take my leave now. All right, let me send you out. That ghost retreated just 2 months ago. He might have concealed his aura and is lying in ambush outside." Inmu was obviously referring to the Heavenly Knife Region Master. Su Yu was startled. He seemed to have realized something. His eyes flickered with a shrewd light. "You mean the person who fought with you that day was a ghost?" Inmu's face was stupefied. "Yes, although he concealed himself very well. The ghost aura in his body can't be mistaken. Of course, it could also be a treasure that carries the ghost aura with it." The ghost? Su Yu was deep in thought. He had once obtained some information. The all creations of the ghost race from 100 years ago, the blood-bone great soldier, had a great power, and many uninterested human influences had defected to him. Could he be referring to the Heavenly Knife region? As the ghost race, which was the common enemy of the human race 100 years ago, everyone wanted to kill. The fact that the Heavenly Knife region master defected to the ghost race was shocking. If this news spread, the whole world would be shocked. Chapter 1058. "Brother Su, I'll go with you." Gong's son Wuxia volunteered. "I'll go and ask my father to kill that old bastard." Su Yu shook his head slightly. "Wuxia, you and Chui should stay in the desolate, evil jungle for the time being. The outside world is full of danger, and all the influential factions could be the glittering jewel mortal fairy's next target. This is the only place that the glittering jewel mortal fairy is afraid of. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Lang should be able to sense that there was a sleeping god in this place. If there was no need, Lin Lang would not choose to provoke this place. Thank you for your kind intentions. I plan on returning to the Purple Cloud Palace. Lu Chui's expression was calm. After half a year, she had thought it through. The faction has suffered heavy casualties and I am guilty. Now that the faction is in danger, I want to go back and redeem myself. As a traitor, she could not shirk the responsibility for the tragic state of the Purple Cloud Palace. Now that the Purple Cloud Palace was lacking in talents, they were in need of manpower. I'm afraid that if you go back, you won't get a chance to atone for your crimes. Instead, you'll become a sacrifice to appease the public's anger, Suyu said. The Purple Cloud Palace, the Red Blood Palace, and the 18 blessed and heavenly lands had suffered terrible casualties. The entire region was seething with resentment and was in urgent need of event. Lu Qi had followed Gu Taishu and rebelled. Once she returned, she would probably become the target of their anger. Even if the Purple Cloud Palace could forgive Lu Qi, the forces of the entire region would not. It would be difficult to offend the public. Moreover, the continent was in a precarious situation, and they urgently needed to calm the hearts of the people. It would be difficult for the Purple Cloud Palace to protect her. The best outcome would be to endure many cruel punishments. Lu Qi's idea of atoning for her crimes was too simple. Lu Qi's face darkened. If I die, so be it. Gu Taishu is right. There is no place for me in this vast world. After severing her feelings for Gu Taishu, she was like duckweed in the river, helpless and helpless. All right, take care of yourself. So you didn't try to dissuade him. Gongsun Wuxia, who was standing at the side, opened her mouth. In her opinion, this woman would never return. Why didn't Su Yu stop her? In the next moment, Gongsun Wuxia withdrew her thoughts. Goodbye. Lu Qi took a deep look at Su Yu, her pretty face filled with complex emotions. This might be the last time she would ever see him. However, all of a sudden, Su Yu's eyes rippled with a strange ripple, and Lu Qi immediately became absent-minded. I'm sorry, I can't watch you die. Su Yu sighed and took out a palm-sized ancient tower. It was a miniature version of the Martial Tower. The bronze light flickered, and the Martial Tower took Lu Qi into the 100th story of the Martial Tower. Although following him was dangerous, it was still more dangerous than returning to the Purple Cloud Palace. Wow. Big Brother Su, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Gongsun Wuxia hugged her chest and pretended to be afraid, but her eyes were full of playfulness. I have candles, a whip, and Su Yu sighed and said, stay here and don't run around. I'll be back soon. After he spoke, he rode the wooden bird and traveled through the void to Tianya City. He then appeared in the Red Blood Palace's office in Tianya City. Just as he appeared, several astonishing auras gushed out from the depths of the pavilion. Who goes there? A loud shout rang out like thunder, as if facing a great enemy. Su Yu waved his sleeves, easily dispelling the incoming aura. He was slightly surprised. What a powerful aura. It's about to break through to the Wanxiang level, isn't it? Was there such a person in the office? Soon, two figures flew out, one after the other. The former was an old man dressed in red-scaled armor. He was extremely majestic, and he was staring at Su Yu with extreme vigilance. His eyes were extremely sharp. As soon as the figure appeared, it pounced on Su Yu with raging flames all over its body. Su Yu was also surprised that he was ready to fight without saying a word. In the face of the raging flames, Su Yu flicked his fingers, and a whiff of silver sword energy emerged from his fingers, drawing a mysterious trajectory. The raging flames that were rushing toward him were immediately extinguished by the sword energy. The remnants of the sword energy slashed toward the scaly old man, causing his face to turn grave. It took him 3 consecutive moves to barely dispel the power of the sword energy. When he retreated to the door of the pavilion, the scaly old man was horrified. The sword energy was extremely strange. It could cut through anything, and there was no way to defend against it. It could only erase its power. A whiff of sword energy from the other party's fingers had such terrible power. If he really attacked, how powerful would he be? Based on his experience, such power could only be achieved by an all-creations old monster. The scaly old man's face turned grave as he thought of the fact that he had torn the void and descended. "Senior, may I ask why you have invaded the Red Blood Palace's office?" "Senior." Su Yu stroked his chin. "Why haven't I seen you before?" Su Yu asked. The scaly old man was startled, and he said hesitantly, "I'm Xiao Han, the general manager of the Red Blood Palace, stationed in Tinya City. May I ask who you are, Master?" "Master Su." The figure that had just arrived, the slightly plump old man's face, changed drastically when he recognized Su Yu's face. His expression changed from solemn to wild joy. He ran out madly and bowed to Su Yu. "I'm Wu Ling, the deputy general manager of the Red Blood Palace, stationed in Tinya City." "Greetings, Master Su." The scaly old man was stunned. "Master Su? Which Master Su?" He was extremely puzzled. Who was Master Su? However, when he realized who he was, his pupils contracted violently and his body trembled. He hurriedly bowed to Su Yu. "Welcome, Master Su." Su Yu flicked his sleeves, and an invisible force held the two of them back. He said with a faint smile, "Oh, it's the general manager. No wonder I've never seen you before. The last time I came here to report on my duties, you were in isolation when I was appointed as the shopkeeper of the Tonglin elixir store. We didn't have the chance to meet. Get up, all of you. There's no need to be so courteous. I'm still a student of the Red Blood Palace, and I still have to call you seniors." Xiao Han and Wu Ling stood up, trembling with fear. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Su Yu dared to call them seniors, but did they have the right to accept it? He was the ruthless demonic man who destroyed Shuedi, slaughtered the 5 Golden Light Guards, killed the demon-devouring emperor, and monopolized the glittering Jewel Mortal Fairy. As almighty, they could only look up to him. Wu Ling was the most emotional one. The student with average cultivation back then had turned out to be the ferocious figure of the continent, the ruthless demonic man who was renowned throughout the world. Recalling the past, he couldn't help but wipe away his cold sweat. "You're both injured. What happened?" Su Yu's eyes were shrewd and sharp. With a casual glance, he discovered that both of them had internal injuries, especially the head general manager Xiao Han, whose injuries had almost reached his dantian. Xiao Han was taken aback. "Master Su, weren't you appointed by the faction to come and help us?" You've been out alone recently. Did something big happen here?" Su Yu asked. Xiao Han smiled bitterly. He invited Su Yu into the garret and explained in detail. "It turns out that 2 months ago, the Blessed and Heavenly Lands and the Heavenly Knife region went to war again. The cause was that the Heavenly Knife region was hiding the traitor Gu Taishu. The location of the battle was in the old city of Tinya City." Su Yu couldn't help but frown. "After the betrayal, our region suffered many casualties. This is the time for us to recuperate. Why would we choose to go to war with the outside world at this time? There must be some other reason behind this, right? Unless Mo Tianxian and the true man of the purple cloud were out of their minds, they would never go to war with the glittering jewel mortal fairy outside and with internal injuries." "That's right. The destruction of the royal beast state in half a year has shaken the Jiuzhou continent and shaken the hearts of the people. Who would choose to engage in unnecessary internal strife at this time? The Heavenly Knife region announced to the outside world that we initiated the war and started it, but we never took the initiative to attack. The fuse that triggered this war was the annihilation of a team of guards at the border of the Heavenly Knife region. There were traces of the Red Blood Palace at the scene. Because it happened in front of the eyes of so many martial artists, the Heavenly Knife region couldn't hide it. For the sake of their reputation, even if they didn't want to go to war, they were forced to fight. Hence, this scene happened." Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Did you find out the identity of the mysterious person who annihilated the guards? No. We only know that they were all extremely strong. Treasures and magical powers were ineffective against them, and they killed their way through. The captain of the border guards was a 9th grade almighty strong man, but he was torn apart by one of the mysterious people in a single encounter. Su Yu frowned slightly. Why did it sound like he knew these mysterious people? But no matter what, deliberately provoking a war at this critical moment of Jojo's situation was deserving of death. What's the situation on the battlefield now? Su Yu asked. Xiao Han smiled bitterly. What can we do? Both sides started the war in haste, and the casualties were very heavy. However, it was also because of the haste that there was no time to mobilize the army. The casualties were limited to our Tenya city and the border guards of the Heavenly Knife region. A few days ago, after a head-on battle, both sides made a temporary truce. But the next time it officially starts, the situation will be much more dangerous. The army of the Heavenly Knife region is already on the way. 8 of the 10 deputy region masters are here, and our allied forces will need some time. Xiao Han's mood was a little solemn. But we won't back down. We will defend Tenya City, even if we have to die. After understanding the situation, Su Yu stood up slowly after a moment of silence. Just as well, I'm preparing to go to the Heavenly Knife City myself. It'll be better if I can resolve the crisis along the way. Xiao Han and Wu Ling were shocked. Absolutely not. The Heavenly Knife City is full of experts. It's a dangerous place. Master Su, you mustn't take the risk. Su Yu smiled calmly. It's precisely the dangerous place that I have to enter. If I don't do this, how can I intimidate the Heavenly Knife region? The two of them were speechless. They thought to themselves that he was indeed the ruthless demonic man who shocked the continent. His temperament and courage were things that ordinary people couldn't learn. If Master Su must go, you might as well contact the secret agents that the Red Blood Palace planted in the Heavenly Knife City. They might be able to provide you with a lot of help, Xiao Han said after some thought. Secret agents? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had another purpose for going to the Heavenly Knife City, which was to bring back the alluring cabinet mistress, Xuelian. Now that the world was in chaos, danger lurked everywhere. War had broken out again, and the secret agents would be in much more danger if they stayed in the Heavenly Knife region. It was time to evacuate them and bring her and the rest of the secret agents back along the way. Do you have a list of the secret agents? Su Yu asked. Xiao Han shook his head. To ensure that the identity of the secret agents isn't leaked, the fewer people who know about their identities, the better. In the faction, only the leader knows the list, and we only know their contact details. All right, give it to me. The method of contacting the secret agents was very simple, so simple that it made Su Yu blush with shame. Prostitution. The secret agents of the Red Blood Palace ran a brothel in the Heavenly Knife City, and the secret agents were hidden there. To contact them, they had to disguise themselves as clients. If they could utter some code words, they could meet the secret agents of the Red Blood Palace. After getting the code words from Xiao Han, Su Yu immediately set off for the Heavenly Knife City. Chapter 1059. After landing, he put on the silver mask again and changed his outfit. With the resources of the glittering jewel wonderland, they had all kinds of protective armor and magical clothing. A moment later, a mysterious young man dressed in luxurious clothes with an imposing appearance appeared. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his luxurious clothes were neat and tidy. Impressively, he was an outstanding young master of the chaotic world. With a smile on his face, Su Yu entered the city and came to the front of a pavilion of the Heaven Immortal Tower. In front of the pavilion, a young woman in the prime of her youth, who wore a veil that was difficult to conceal her body, was gorgeously dressed, and they were like balls of multicolored, auspicious clouds that were exceptionally eye-catching. Ah, this, sir, the maidens of our Heaven Immortal Tower are all extremely beautiful. Sir, why don't you come and have some fun? Young master, Bao has returned from a rewarding journey. A more mature woman leaned her hot and voluptuous body against Su Yu's. Her eyes were misty as she teased him incessantly. However, she was looking at Su Yu's clothes out of the corner of her eye. As a person of the mortal world, her eyesight was extraordinary. She was a little surprised to find that Su Yu's clothes were actually expensive treasures. Her eyes became even brighter, and her body began to twist and turn as she teased Su Yu. Full load is a good word. Su Yu laughed and said, "However, my requirements are very high. I don't want a height of 6 feet and 6 inches, a weight of 66 and an age of 16. Do you have any sincere ladies?" The eyes of the mature woman flashed with a bright light. She spoke in a flirtatious manner. "Yo, listen to what young master is saying. What type of woman does our heaven immortal tower not have? Why don't we just go in and take a look?" Su Yu swiftly entered. "Have Xiao Tao come and receive the guest." The mature woman entered and instructed a pimp. "Sister Feng, little Tao is receiving a guest," the pimp said awkwardly. "This is an important guest." Sister Feng's jade-like eyes narrowed. The pimp understood and immediately went to fetch them. "Young master, please follow me." He was led into an elegantly decorated room. Both the inside and outside of the room were top-notch restrictions that could isolate external movements. When they were having fun, they didn't need to worry about being heard by others. The interior decoration was also quite luxurious. Sister Yu led her inside and left with a charming smile. Not long after, a young girl in the prime of her youth, wearing a light yellow dress, walked in leisurely. He was 6 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 66 pounds, and was also 16 years old. "Xiao Tao greets young master." Xiao Tao smiled shyly. Her smile was elegant and refined, causing one's eyes to light up. One couldn't help but feel tender affection for her. However, Su Yu knew that Lady Hongqin was good at disguising herself, so he was unmoved. He said lightly, "How much are you asking for?" Xiao Tao was taken aback. She paused for a moment before saying, 9,000 crystals per night." "Okay, I will give you 99,000 crystals," Su Yu said. This was the secret signal between him and the Red Blood Palace's secret agents. The other party said 9,000 crystal stones, while he said 99,000, using this strange conversation to prove their identities. Xiao Tao was shocked. She was so happy that she threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. "From now on, I belong to you." This sentence was also a secret code that secret agents would say. All right, although it felt a little weird. Su Yu pushed away the beautiful girl in his arms and said, "My identity has already been verified, so you don't have to be so serious, do you?" Xiao Tao stared blankly for a moment, then said in astonishment, "What identity verification? This servant is your Xiao Tao Hong. Young master, please pay the crystal stones. From now on, I'm yours." "Wait a minute. What's going on?" This was not the script. Su Yu immediately stood up and said solemnly, "Someone else." Xiao Tao's face stiffened. She angrily tidied up her clothes, then slammed the door and left, full of complaints. "I thought I met a rich, naive man. I offered 9,000, but he offered me 99,000. In the end, he's just an insensitive blockhead. He actually drove me away." Outside the door, Xiao Tao muttered to Sister Yu. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. Although there was a seal, how could it block his eyes and ears? It turned out that Xiao Tao was a real Lady Hongqin. What about the real secret agent? Creak! The door was pushed open, and Sister Yu pushed the door open with a smile. Behind her was another woman who was 6 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 66 pounds, and was 16 years old. Again, Su Yu was suspicious. "Young master, please enjoy. These are some dishes. I think you have a lot to talk about." Sister Yu closed the door, her words full of provocation. Su Yu understood Sister Yu's meaning. There was a lot to talk about, and the woman in front of him So, the woman just now was just testing whether Su Yu was from the Red Blood Palace, and the woman in front of him was the real secret agent. This method could also ensure the safety of the real secret agent. How much? Su Yu looked at her. 9,000. I'll pay 99,000. From now on, I belong to you. The woman was very cold, her face expressionless. You should smile and throw yourself into my arms. Why do I have to do this? Because of my professionalism. The woman was very cold. She sat opposite Su Yu and stared at him expressionlessly. Speak, what do you want from us? She really was a secret agent. Su Yu did not respond. Ask Xuelian to come see me. You can tell me. The woman was still cold. Su Yu was silent, not saying a word. After sitting quietly for a while, the woman said, Xuelian has gone out to do something and will only be back in half a day. If you need help from us, secret agents, I can give you some help. As she spoke, the woman casually took a sip of the wine in front of her. Only half a day. Su Yu sighed and subconsciously took a sip. The woman blinked and asked again, What do you want to tell us? Su Yu put down the wine glass and said lightly, Don't you think that asking too many questions will expose you? The woman's expression changed slightly, but she quickly hid it and said with a poker face, As a secret agent, it is indeed easy to expose myself. I was careless. I mean, as a member of the Heavenly Knife region, you have exposed too much, Su Yu said calmly as he looked up. The woman sneered. You've drunk too much. Su Yu did not speak. He opened his right palm, and a black grain appeared on his palm. If I'm not mistaken, what was added to this wine should be the famous drunken dreams of death dust. There was poison in the wine. Swish! The woman suddenly stood up, and the door behind her opened abruptly. Sister Yu rushed into the room. Rushing in with her were 8 black-clothed martial artists with long knives in their hands. They were murderous and surrounded Su Yu in a semicircle. Shaking his palm, he shook off all the black grain and said, It seems that the secret agent of the Red Blood Palace in the Heavenly Knife region has been removed. Clap, clap. Sister Yu clapped her hands and smiled approvingly. When did you find out that this place was under the control of the Heavenly Knife region? I knew when I entered the room. Su Yu shrugged and pointed under the bed. Even the bloodstains have not been cleaned. You must have been in a hurry. It has only been a few days since you removed this place. Sister Yu looked over and found a trace of blood in the cracks on the ground deep under the bed. The blood was so fine that it was even thinner than a strand of hair. If Su Yu had not pointed it out, she would not have noticed it. Your Excellency is so meticulous. I admire you. Sister Yu was secretly surprised, but her face was still as charming as a flower, not revealing her inner feelings. That's right. 3 days ago, we pulled out the headquarters of the Red Blood Palace's spies and planted our own people here to set up an ambush. We lured the Red Blood Palace's people who came to contact us without knowing the situation, and we got their secrets from them. Recently, there had been frequent battles between the two sides. Tianya City must have sent many people to find the secret agents and obtain information about Tianya City. But now it seemed that the people who came to contact had most likely fallen into this trap. I'm very curious. You knew it was a trap, but you did not choose to escape. Instead, you chose to stay. Are you so confident in yourself? Sister Yu asked calmly. The people behind her all had murderous intentions. Su Yu took a sip of the poison wine with 2 fingers. He was safe and sound, which made Sister Yu's eyelids twitch. What kind of monster was this? This was the 2nd cup of poison wine, with the power of drunk, dreaming, and dying dust. Even a 5th grade Almighty would fall victim to it. Because if you hadn't come, who would I have asked about the whereabouts of the secret agents you captured? Su Yu wiped the wine off his lips and smiled. Sister Yu's heart trembled. She had the illusion that she could not see through the man in front of her. Could this person be a master of the Red Blood Palace? But were a few mere secret agents worth the master of the Red Blood Palace going deep into the heart of the Heavenly Knife region to rescue them? Reason told Sister Yu that logic did not make sense. The only thing that made sense was that this person had discovered that he had fallen into a trap and was pretending to be calm in an attempt to escape. But what if the other party was very strong? After weighing it over and over again, Sister Yu changed her strategy and put on a charming smile again. You see, we don't really care about your life. If you are willing to cooperate, we can drink and have fun while you tell us what we want to know. If we are satisfied, Xiao Ling will be yours tonight. She is a virgin, and her cold and arrogant personality is very suitable for toying with. Why don't you tell me where they are, and I can spare your lives? Su Yu said straightforwardly. With a wave of his big sleeves, the door of the secret room suddenly closed. The negotiation was broken. Sister Yu's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she said softly, "Do it!" However, before the 8 black-clothed people could make a move, they all fell straight down. Sister Yu looked at them in surprise. The 8 of them had fallen into a state of absent-mindedness. You are proficient in illusion techniques. Sister Yu's face changed, and without thinking, she threw out a talisman that contained the power of a 5th-grade almighty. Once it exploded, the entire Heaven Immortal Tower would be blown away. However, what made Sister Yu gasp was that Su Yu just stretched out his index and middle fingers and casually caught the talisman that was about to explode. At the same time, he rubbed his fingers together and the talisman was crushed into ashes. Such a horrifying scene made Sister Yu's breathing become heavy. To be able to destroy the explosion of a 5th-grade almighty talisman with just a wave of his hand. This was definitely a late-stage almighty who surpassed the 5th-grade almighty. It's not good to alarm the others, Su Yu said lightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of space energy swept her and Xiao Ling to the table in front of him at the same time and sat them down. Tell me, where are the spies you captured? Su Yu asked expressionlessly. Xiao Ling was already trembling all over and could not speak. Sister Yu was a little calmer, but she was not much better. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something. You, how do you know that they must be alive? Because they are still useful to us. They were waiting here to capture the people who came to contact the Red Blood Palace. They would definitely need these spies to determine the identity and status of the captured people in the Red Blood Palace. Chapter 1060. We can make a deal. Sister Yu forced herself to remain calm. Before she could finish, Su Yu interrupted her. There is only one deal you can make, life or death. Don't doubt the cruelty of the Red Blood Palace to the people of the Heavenly Knife region. Sister Yu's delicate body trembled, and she struggled for a while. Then she said bitterly, I know where they are, but there are so many experts there that I can't let them out. Besides, if we tell you the location, we will be punished to death. It's still death, so it's better to die in your hands now. Maybe the region master will reward my relatives. Su Yu was surprised. In the chaos of war, small figures who were being driven around could never show their own will. They were just drifting with the tide and had nowhere to hide. Puff! Su Yu raised his finger and pointed. The 8 assassins in black clothes died at the same time and were turned into a mass of dust by the flames. Now, there is no 4th person here except us. As for them, they were killed by a passing demon, Su Yu said coldly. Sister Yu was secretly shocked. This person sounded very young, but his methods were really ruthless. He killed without hesitation and regarded human life as nothing more than grass. However, it was because they were dead that Sister Yu's mind became active. No one knew that a contact person from the Red Blood Palace had been here. The rescue of the spies had nothing to do with her. In the heavenly prison in the center of the city, there are 3 9th-grade Almighty, 28th-grade Almighty, and more than 100 5th-grade Almighty. This is the map, and this is the specific location where they are being held. That's all I know. Sister Yu was very sensible and told everything she knew. Xiaoling also immediately told her what she knew. After comparing them, they were roughly similar. Nodding, Suyu waved his hand and knocked the two out. In the dungeon of the Heavenly Knife City. The dungeon was divided into 10 regions, and each region held different prisoners. The third region was a relatively important prison, and the prisoners there were all important criminals who were involved in the safety of the region. As the intelligence organization of the Red Blood Palace, it was obviously listed as such a major criminal. Did you see? The newly captured spies from the Red Blood Palace are quite good-looking. They make my heart itch. At the entrance of the third region, there were 2 ninth-grade almighties sitting cross-legged. The drunk old man on the left had a brilliant smile on his face, especially that one called Shulian. TSK, TSK. She's simply the best in the world. She can be called a stunner. That waist, that chest, that face, hey, just one look at it, and I'll be hooked to half of my soul. The 9th grade almighty beside him was calm and composed. He said nonchalantly, "You still can't suppress your impulses even after cultivating to such a level. I really don't know how you managed to cultivate to such a level. I cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Only by doing as I please can I make rapid progress on the path of martial arts." The drunken old man said lecherously. The 9th grade almighty beside him shook his head and said, "That woman has already been reserved by the 3rd region master. If you don't want to die, just do it." Hearing this, the drunk old man sobered up a little and smiled awkwardly. "I'm just saying. Forget it. In any case, once I've squeezed out all of their value, they'll be mine to deal with sooner or later. When that time comes, won't they still have to listen to me in the end? I'd advise you not to be careless. This time, the 4 great guardians of the celestial prison have assigned both of us to guard it personally. It's obvious that this batch of spies that we've just captured is very impressive." The 9th grade almighty beside him was exceptionally cautious. The drunk old man was mostly sober. He sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Since he had been guarding the celestial prison for a long time and had personally received orders from the region master to guard them, he knew that this was no trivial matter. In the celestial prison, 10 cages made of dark, crystal demonic iron were lined up side by side. No magic power could break them open, not even the all-creation force. In each of the 10 cages, a human figure was suspended. There were both men and women, and all of them were covered in wounds. 2 of them had even suffered inhumane torture. Their breaths were weak, and they were on the verge of death. In the innermost cage, there was a woman with a graceful and sexy figure. Her body was so hot that it made one's blood boil. She had snow-white skin and regular facial features. There was an occasional hint of charm in her expression, which was a fatal temptation to men. Clank! The sound of the iron chains dragging on the floor echoed clearly in the empty dungeon. The 10 bound figures, who were originally quiet, trembled at the same time. Some of them with disheveled hair and dirty faces tilted their heads to look at the dark entrance with fear in their eyes. It's here again. The ghost face, the most terrifying person in the Heavenly Knife City's dungeon. He was good at all kinds of extreme punishments, and he could torture people to death. But for the ghost face, torturing prisoners and hearing their heart-wrenching cries of pain was an endless pleasure. There was no one in the entire Heavenly Knife region who did not know of the ghost face's existence, and there was no one who was not afraid of him. Once locked in the Heavenly Knife City's dungeon, many prisoners who had only committed minor crimes often begged for a quick death. That was because once the ghost face targeted them, they would never be able to live a life worse than death. The 10 of them had been tortured by the ghost face for a few days. 2 of them had been tortured continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Now their breaths were as thin as gossamer, and they were no different from dead people. For so many days, the most he had said was not to beg for mercy, but to beg for death. What do you want? What do you want to ask? We will answer." Some of them had already broken down mentally, and confessed without being interrogated. The sad thing was that they had not been interrogated at all since they came in. The ghost face was immersed in torturing and never asked them, "Sigh, don't waste your energy. Our value has never been in knowing anything, but in luring people to contact us, as well as the fish that slipped through the net to go to the heavenly immortal tower. After all, we have that kind of information. Other information seems insignificant, and there is no need to torture them. In order to prevent that information from being transmitted, we must kill everyone related to us." Some people cried in grief, and some begged for mercy in fear. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of this endless torture. Among the people, only Shui Lian's expression was calm. "When we accepted the mission, we should have thought of this day. What is there to lament about? Everyone has prepared for your funeral, so you should have no regrets." When it came to regrets, an old figure flashed in Shui Lian's mind. That outer sanctum disciple, after leaving the sect, she did not know how he was doing. It was ridiculous to think that she, who regarded money as her life, would hand over her life savings to him. As the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground approached, the face of the ghost face, which they would never forget, walked out of the darkness. It was a short figure with a bull's head on his face, and only his eyes and mouth were exposed. The corners of his mouth were curled up, as if he was grinning hideously. Behind him was a box full of all kinds of tools for punishment, covered with dark, dried blood. As soon as he walked, the smell of blood hit them. However, behind the ghost face, there was a beautiful young man dressed in luxurious clothes, who looked like a noble young master strolling leisurely in the courtyard. He had long silvery hair, a handsome face, and gorgeous clothes. At first glance, he did not fit in with the gloomy dungeon. Subconsciously, they all had the illusion that they were looking at an immortal descending to earth. Who was he? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. However, at this moment, they finally realized that the ghost face was only here to lead the way. It was not difficult to guess his identity. He must be someone with a high status in the Heavenly Knife region. The strange thing was, after years of infiltration, they had some understanding of all the people in the Heavenly Knife region, except for the young man in front of them. "You're here to kill us, aren't you?" a secret agent said bleakly. 3 days was enough for them to catch the fish that escaped the net and the people who came to contact them. Their value to be used had come to an end. The young man did not say a word and walked quietly toward Shui Lian. Shui Lian slowly closed her eyes and sighed silently. What would come would come. However, the other secret agents might be able to die a quick death. Only she would probably suffer a fate worse than death. In these 3 days, there were more than 1 or 2 people who had shown covetous eyes to her. From the prison guards to the 3rd deputy region master, everyone wanted her for themselves. Now a young man had come. "If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. If you want me to yield, go back to your mother's womb and be reborn for 10 years. Shui Lian said in disgust. "Huh." The young man laughed softly. "Cabinet master, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and you're already hurling insults at me. How can I, who came to save you, endure it?" "What?" Shui Lian suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Su Yu in surprise. The rest of the secret agents were also shocked and looked over in disbelief. At the same time, they did not forget to look at the ghost face in horror. Only then did they realize that the ghost face's eyes were blurry and absent-minded. He was obviously in a state of being controlled. All of a sudden, everyone was ecstatic. "May I ask which junior brother in the faction you are?" The secret agents who had survived the disaster were overjoyed. "Let's not talk about whether you can find the key and save us first." "Shut up!" Shui Lian scolded them lightly and said coldly, "Are you all confused? Have you seen this person before? He said he came to rescue you, and you immediately believed him?" Hearing this, the secret agents suddenly felt their hearts in their throats. Being in constant fear for a long time had made them careless. What if this person was sent by the Heavenly Knife region and deliberately pretended to rescue them, but was actually using them to lure some companions who had not yet been captured? Haha, Cabinet Master, you don't even recognize me? What a waste of my time coming to rescue you. The young man looked depressed. The rest of the secret agents were suspicious. From their tone, it seemed that they knew each other. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Shuelian was annoyed. I don't know him. She thought to herself, when did I get to know such a handsome little fresh meat? Hey, have you forgotten so quickly that when we were in the same room, you were jealous of me and fought with other women in public? The young man said playfully. The other secret agents were deep in thought. They stared at Shui Lian and questioned her. With Shui Lian's charm, they did not doubt the young man's words at all. He was so handsome, and his strength was unfathomable. Not to mention women. Even men would be attracted to him. Maybe he would just turn off the lights and have sex. Not to mention that Shui Lian was a lonely woman. They did not doubt the young man's words at all. Shui Lian blushed under their strange gazes. She said angrily, nonsense. When have I ever been so intimate with a man? What you said really makes me. Hey, have you even forgotten our kiss? The young man sighed. Kiss, Shui Lian, what's wrong with you? This person came to rescue us, but you are making excuses. Are you afraid that we will find out about the relationship between you? So you are pretending not to know? Cabinet Master Shui Lian, this is a serious matter. Please don't take it lightly. Shui Lian was trembling with anger. I really don't know him. I swear on my integrity. What she got in return was doubtful and disdainful gazes. How much is your integrity worth? Chapter 1061. His whole body transformed from a teenager into a sage-like old man. Shui Lian was taken aback. When she saw his face, she was stunned. Su Yuxian. Who else could the so-called young master be other than Suyu? The rest of the secret agents were pleasantly surprised. It was indeed Shui Lian's old lover. Ahem. Shui Lian, I don't mean to criticize you, but I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. You don't want a fresh meat, but this kind of old handsome man, an old and prudent secret agent said earnestly. Shui Lian was speechless. I didn't know he was pretending to be an old man. The familiar breath and eyes made Shui Lian finally recognize the identity of the person in front of her. It was the outer sanctum disciple who had worked with her to make elixirs, Su Yuxian. Su Yu smiled indifferently and returned to the body of a teenager. Cabinet Master, you finally recognized me. Shui Lian was ashamed and angry. She finally understood what he meant when he said he was jealous, hit her and kissed her. That was most likely a joke, but they had a tacit understanding. No one would believe it if she explained it. You bastard! Since you are here, why don't you save us quickly? Is it fun to tease us? Shui Lian blushed and gritted her teeth, but the tears in her eyes silently told her how touched she was. The guy who had left the faction had come to the most dangerous dungeon of the Heavenly Knife City to save her. Su Yu chuckled and stepped forward to touch the cage with his fingers. It seemed that he was trying to test the material of the cage. Fool! You are still as muddle-headed as before. This is made of mysterious crystal demonic iron, which is a precious material for forging semi-manufactured fairy artifacts. It is impossible to open it with external force. Since you control Ghost Face, it will be much easier to get him to help you get the key. So you touched his chin. Oh, it is mysterious crystal demonic iron, then it will be easy. Su Yu pulled out a silver sword from the sword case on his back and casually waved it at the cage. What made Shui Lian and the other secret agents gasp in astonishment was the cage made of mysterious crystal demonic iron was even softer than freshly baked tofu in front of the silver sword. It was cut open with one sword, and so was the chain that suspended Shui Lian. Shui Lian was dumbfounded as if she was in a dream. She didn't even have the strength to stand firmly. Her body was so weak that she didn't even notice it. It was only when Suyu flew over and hugged her that she came back to her senses. She blushed and said, "I can walk by myself." Suyu loosened his grip and said with a faint smile, "A martial artist's life is like a firefly's light in the world of mortals, extinguished in an instant. I hope that you can come back to see me in your lifetime, regardless of whether it's me or my grave. Cabinet Master, do you still remember the words you left me before you left?" Xuelian was stunned, and her body stiffened. Her body, which was facing away from Suyu, began to tremble. When she turned around, tears were streaming down her face. Suyu revealed a faint smile and wiped away her tears. He then said softly, "In my lifetime, the person I saw was you." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xuelian leaned on Suyu's shoulder and burst into tears. After experiencing so many dangers as a woman, how could she not be afraid? All of his calmness was a forced facade. Patting her shoulder lightly, Suyu said with a smile, "Let's save the rest of our brothers first. Otherwise, they'll throw torches at us and burn us to death." Xuelian stopped crying and poked Suyu's chest with her dainty fist. "You only know how to piss me off." On her charming and delicate face, the bright joy and tears reflected each other, making her look even more beautiful. Next, they would save the secret agents. "The material of your sword is really extraordinary," Xuelian exclaimed sincerely. Her face was solemn. "However, it's easy to open the cage, but the difficult part is how to escape with us. You may have relied on the ghost mask to deceive the guards at the door and come in, but it won't be so easy to get out." In this regard, the other secret agents also had something to say. Indeed, the faces of the guards at the door, if I remember correctly, they are two of the 4 chief supervisors of the Heavenly Knife Region's Heavenly Prison. They are extremely powerful, and almost no one below the level of all creations is a match for them. Once they are alarmed, not only will all our previous efforts be in vain, but junior brother Su will also be in trouble. That's right, we need to make a long-term plan. In my opinion, we need to restrain ourselves for a few days and find a gap when the 2 chief supervisors left the heavenly prison. Seizing this gap is the key to our escape. Everyone chimed in one after another, offering their ideas and suggestions. It had to be said that they were very calm and clear-minded, and many of their ideas were feasible. But in Suyu's opinion, it was too troublesome. "Since I can come, of course I can get you out smoothly. The 2 chief supervisors at the door don't have to worry," Suyu said. Xuelian's eyes lit up. "Did the faction give you some treasure? Could it make us invisible and hide from the 2 ninth grade Almighty?" "No, it can't be." It had only been 3 days, and the faction didn't know that they had fallen. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't send anyone to rescue them, because that would be no different from walking right into a trap. "Could it be that you bribed them?" This was the only way that Xuelian could think of that was barely feasible. That was the only explanation, and there was no need to worry about them. Bribe them? Sort of. Suyu's arm flashed with a green light, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. One reeked of alcohol, and the other was unsmiling. The sudden appearance of the 2 people had already startled them. When they saw the faces of the 2 people clearly, they cried out in horror and retreated, each looking for a position. They were both shocked and furious. 2 chief supervisors of the great prison. Why are they here? How did they appear? Wait, Su Yuxian, are you colluding with the Heavenly Knife region? In an instant, they were all flustered. Calm down, all of you. Xuelian forced herself to calm down from the shock. If Su Yu wanted to harm them, he could have just left them alone. Why would he need to collude with the Heavenly Knife region from 1,000 miles away? Tell me, what's going on? Xuelian looked at Suyu and said calmly, but she couldn't help but glance at the 2 chief supervisors out of the corner of her eyes. Her eyelids twitched rapidly, showing her nervousness. These were 9th grade Almighty. Just standing in front of her made it hard for her to breathe. The appearance of the 2 people was too shocking for them. However, Suyu said innocently. I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly and scared you. They are actually my slaves. As if in response to Suyu's words, the two chief supervisors knelt on one knee and said in unison, Greetings, Master! The dungeon was dead silent. What the hell? Su Yuxian did this on purpose, didn't he? This was scarier than colluding with them. For a long, long time, no one said a word. Hey, are you all asleep? We should be on our way. Finally, Xuelian came back to her senses. Her souls had really been scared away. But when she came back to her senses, she threw a punch at Suyu, annoyed and embarrassed. You really are A.B** starred. It was too much to scare them to this extent. Su, junior brother Su, you really scared us. The second secret agent, who had come back to his senses, patted his chest and walked around the two chief supervisors in horror. He circled behind Suyu, still instinctively in awe of the chief supervisors. Junior brother Su, you scared me out of my wits. Gradually, they all came back to their senses and confirmed that the two chief supervisors had really become Suyu's slaves. They were frightened and frightened, like fish facing a trapped cat. Anyway, they all walked around the two chief supervisors, not daring to get close. Hey, how did you do it? Xuelian's eyes were full of suspicion. Taming two ninth-grade almighty as slaves was too shocking. Suyu was puzzled. Why, as an intelligence agency, didn't you pay attention to the news of the continent in the past 6 months? As a new celebrity of the continent, this question was a great setback for him. I don't know at all. Xuelian shook her head blankly. We were targeted by the Heavenly Knife region half a year ago, so we stopped gathering information and hid ourselves. Did anything special happen in the past 6 months? Suyu was speechless, not knowing where to start. You'll know when you get back to the faction. As for how I made them acknowledge me as their master, well, I just had to beat them into submission. Suyu looked relaxed. He turned around and said, Let's go, I'll send you back to Tinya City. When he finished, he grabbed the wooden bird and carried the whole group of people up. You're flying out? Xuelian was confused. Is it really okay to fly out of the cage so openly? Of course it's okay, so we're going to teleport back, Suyu said, under the control of Xuelian and the others. The wooden bird tore the void apart and disappeared into the terrifying void crevice under the horrified gazes of Xuelian and the others. Their screams were still echoing in the cage, but they had already returned to the pavilion of the Red Blood Palace's garrison headquarters in Tinya City. When the crevice appeared, Xiao Han and Wu Ling rushed over quickly. What they saw was a group of people in a mess. There was also a handsome young man. Master Su. Xiao Han was speechless. Suyu had been gone for less than an hour, and he had brought back a group of people. What happened to resolving the war with the help of the secret agents? They are the secret agents planted in the Heavenly Knife region. Send a message back to the faction immediately. The secret agent's stronghold has been discovered, and it has become a trap. The students who went to contact them should also send a message back immediately. Suyu instructed immediately. As the deputy general manager, Wu Ling's face was solemn. He bowed and accepted the order immediately, quickly making arrangements. Xiao Han, prepare a resting room for them and healing elixirs. Don't neglect them, Suyu said. Yes, Master Su, Xiao Han said respectfully. Xiao Han said respectfully. However, he couldn't help but ask, Master Su, may I ask how they got their injuries? Were you hunted down along the way? Suyu said without hesitation, No, we brought them back from the Heavenly Knife City's heavenly prison. What? Xiao Han almost bit his tongue. The rumors about the Heavenly Knife City's heavenly prison were well known. It was like an impenetrable fortress. There were only entrances and no exits. Suyu turned around. Could it be that he had teleported directly into the dungeon and secretly brought them out? However, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the 3 people standing behind Suyu and asked in surprise, Who are they? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he fixed his eyes on them. The eccentric bull-headed man was one thing, but the other two were ninth grade, almighty like him. His intuition told him that they were slightly above him, which made him feel extremely uneasy. Oh, they are the great general manager of the heavenly prison. I happened to run into them guarding the door, so I subdued them. If you need them, let them serve you. As for the bull-headed man, I think he's called Ghost Face. He's only a sixth grade almighty with average strength. Do whatever you want with him, he explained casually. But Xiao Han was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Great general manager of the heavenly prison, Ghost Face, every one of them was a familiar figure. Wait, happened to run into them guarding the door, so you subdued them? Xiao Han almost doubted his ears. Chapter 1062. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a sense of shame, as if he couldn't face the world. In Su Yu's eyes, what were the almighty like them? Were they worth more than cabbages? The spies were silent and looked at Xiao Han sympathetically. They had already been hurt to the point where there was not a single piece of skin left on them. I'll leave them to you. I'll go to the Heavenly Knife City again. Wait, Xuelian was shocked. You have an unfinished mission? Su Yu thought for a moment. Yes, it's a mission. What's wrong? Xuelian said seriously. Compared to your mission, there is a very urgent matter that needs to be reported to the faction immediately. The rest of the secret agents also looked grave. Why was she so cautious? We accidentally discovered the shocking secret of the Heavenly Knife region. It was for this reason that we were uprooted by the Heavenly Knife region. They eliminated all related personnel who had contact with us at all costs, Xuelian said. Su Yu vaguely remembered the conversation between the two supervisors of the Great Prison. 2 of the 4 supervisors were sent to guard Xuelian, and the others personally because they had important secrets. Moreover, it was the order of the Heavenly Knife region master himself. What secrets? Xiao Han asked curiously. Xuelian was shocked. We found out that the Heavenly Knife region colluded with the Ghost Clan. However, what puzzled Xuelian was that Su Yu and Xiao Han's reactions were surprisingly calm. The birth of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the destruction of the royal beast state, and the shocking changes of the continent in the past half a year, Xiao Han had already adapted to it. What was so strange about the addition of the Ghost Clan? As for Su Yu, he was even less surprised. Do you have any evidence? No. Xuelian was a little aggrieved. Because of this secret, almost all of them were buried, and all they got was this indifferent reaction. However, we have some clues. We found out that the Heavenly Knife Region Master is the main person in charge of contact with the Ghost Clan, but the 3rd Deputy Region Master is responsible for providing various resources to the Ghost Clan, who is also the Region Master who guards our prison. He should have the account book of the resources handed over to the Ghost Clan if we can... Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Yu. Okay, I got it. You can rest for a while. Having received such a cold response, Xuelian finally couldn't help but ask, Aren't you surprised? Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and said to Xiao Han, Explain it to them. They have rarely shown themselves in the past half a year, so their sources of information are limited. Then, Xiao Han roughly described what had happened in the past 6 months. After hearing this, Xuelian was shocked beyond words. In just half a year, the entire Royal Beast Province had actually disappeared. Moreover, the glittering jewel mortal fairy was lurking in the continent like a bloodthirsty demon, causing everyone to feel insecure. What shocked Xuelian the most was Su Yu. He was actually that ruthless, demonic cultivator. Damned liar! Xuelian gnashed her teeth in anger. Su Yu smiled and urged the wooden bird to tear the space apart. He then said, I'm leaving. Wait, are you planning to look for the 3rd Deputy Region Master to find evidence that the Heavenly Knife region has colluded with the Ghost Race? Xuelian guessed Su Yu's intentions. I don't think you came here to stop me. Xuelian took out a red button from her ring and handed it to Su Yu. Take this. Su Yu took it and looked at the snow lotus. He did not know what it meant. The secret agents of the Red Blood Palace have been operating in the Heavenly Knife region for many years, so it's impossible that they don't have any connections. This is the token of the master of the Ouyang family of the Heavenly Knife City. If you can find him with this, it will help you get close to the 3rd Deputy Region Master, Shuolian said. The information we have found has alerted the 3rd Deputy Region Master. He is surrounded by experts, and it is difficult for strangers to get close to him. But the master of the Ouyang family is an exception. He owes us a great debt of gratitude. When we were in trouble, he wanted to rescue us with the power of his family. He is trustworthy. Give him the token, and he will find a way to bring you to the 3rd Deputy Region Master. There is such a huge resource. Suyu smiled and disappeared into the void. In the Heavenly Knife City, in the Heavenly Prison, waves of all creations, strength rampaged in the 3rd region. 7 majestic figures stood there, men and women, and their faces were unsightly. The fluctuations of the void's crack appeared in the Heavenly Prison. They sensed that something was wrong and came to investigate. The results were shocking. All the secret agents of the Red Blood Palace had been rescued. The 2 general managers who guarded the door had disappeared without a trace, without even sending out a message. 2 mere 9th grade almighty. Of course, they did not expect that they could stop all the enemies, but they could at least send out some information. In the end, they were taken away without a sound. Not only that, but the cage made of mysterious demonic essence iron, which they were most proud of, had been completely destroyed. Judging from the cut, it was done by a sharp weapon. This caught them off guard. Even as all creation's old monsters, they had no confidence in breaking out of this cage. It doesn't matter who rescued them. And all creation's old monster with broad shoulders and a huge sword on his back said, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman opposite him had a frosty look on her face. You make it sound so easy. Do you think the Region Master will let this go so easily after such a big commotion? The burly middle-aged man was full of heroic spirit. His voice was loud, heavy, and dignified. They were lost in my Deputy Region Master's prison, and I will bear the responsibility. You don't have to worry. The people present were all Deputy Region Masters, and the middle-aged man with the sword was the 3rd Deputy Region Master, who knew the secret. With him bearing the responsibility, the rest of the Deputy Region Masters looked much better. How do you plan to solve this? Losing people is not a matter of a few words. A Deputy Region Master was worried. The Heavenly Knife Region Master had never been a merciful person. He would give up his pawns when the opportunity arose. The 3rd Deputy Region Master, who had the account book, was likely to be killed by the Heavenly Knife Region Master. That's why I said that it doesn't matter who rescued them. What matters is who will come to find me next. The 3rd Deputy Region Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. There is no doubt that the blessed and heavenly lands would send people to find the 3rd Deputy Region Master in order to find evidence that the Heavenly Knife Region had colluded with the Ghost Clan and snatched the evidence from his hands. Everyone was silent and took their leave. Take care, 3rd Deputy Region Master. We have been colleagues for many years. I hope you and I can survive this. Goodbye. Everyone left. The 3rd Deputy Region Master looked up at the sky and sighed silently. In the Heavenly Knife City, a young man in fine clothes stood at the door of the Ouyang family. As a family of craftsmen, the Ouyang family was prosperous, and it was inextricably linked to many all creations in the Heavenly Knife City. Its foundation was so deep that few could match it. After presenting the token, Suyu was quickly received by the Ouyang family master. The reception place was a secret room in the backyard, away from everyone's eyes and ears. May I ask who ordered you to come with my token? The Ouyang family master was over 70 years old, and his hair was white, but he was full of energy and surprise. Outsiders didn't know that the heavenly prison had been raided, but how could he not know? Shuolian, Suyu said concisely. He said that with this, the Ouyang family master would lend me a hand. The Ouyang family master sighed. When I heard that they had been captured, I tried to rescue them. However, they were involved in some secrets and were locked up very securely. Before I could do anything, they were rescued. It was gratifying. Then he said, "Since you are the one holding the token, if you need any help, just say it. If I can do it, I won't refuse." Su Yu smiled and nodded. "I want to get close to the third deputy region master." Su Yu stated his purpose directly. The Ouyang family master was shocked, and his face fell. And then, "Kill him, yes, if you have to," Su Yu said. To seize the evidence, he would most likely have to confront the third deputy region master head-on. Whether he lived or died depended on the specific situation. After a pause, Su Yu said, "This matter may implicate the Ouyang family. Please consider it carefully, master." The Ouyang family master fell silent. After a long time, he made a decision. "The Ouyang family is willing to help. Miss Xuelian has saved the lives of me and my family, and we can't repay her." As an intelligence collector, it was probably Xuelian who had helped them resolve a family-style disaster with the advantage of information. The Ouyang family has a foothold in the Heavenly Knife City and is growing stronger day by day. Naturally, it has become a thorn in the side of people with ulterior motives. The second region master is one of them. He conspired to frame the Ouyang family for stealing the Heavenly Knife region master's treasure. Fortunately, Miss Xuelian informed us in time, and we were able to take precautions and avoid a disaster. Su Yu smiled calmly. "Master, you don't have to explain. I trust you. May I ask how you will send me to the third deputy region master?" The Ouyang family master stroked his beard and thought for a while. "It's a coincidence. If it were any other time, it would take at least a month to have the opportunity to meet the third deputy region master. But in 2 days, the third deputy region master's son will get married. The party to the marriage is the powerful second deputy region master, whose status is only below that of the Heavenly Knife region master. Their children have been betrothed to each other since a long time ago. The marriage between them is a grand event in the Heavenly Knife region. When the time comes, there will be many guests to congratulate them. The Ouyang family has also received an invitation. You can come with me to congratulate them. In the meantime, you can find an opportunity to get close to the third deputy region master." What a coincidence! 2 days. If it were 3 days later, Su Yu would have hesitated, because the ordeal would come in 3 days. "Okay, then I will come back in 2 days." Su Yu got up. "Why don't you stay in the house?" the Ouyang family master said. Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. "Master, thank you for your kindness, but there are too many people here. I shouldn't stay for too long." When he finished speaking, he floated away like a ghost. He didn't choose the Ouyang family, not only because he didn't want to be exposed and implicate the Ouyang family, but also because he had his own considerations. In the Ouyang family, it was very inconvenient to move around. 2 days later, the whole Heavenly Knife City was in an uproar. The streets were decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. In the Heavenly Knife region, the marriage between the second-ranked deputy region master and the third-ranked deputy region master was a grand event. All the dignitaries in the city went to congratulate them. "Mr. Su, you can pretend to be a member of my family and get away with it." The Ouyang family master looked at the silver-masked youth in front of him. He had tried to see through the youth's face, but he was lost in a void. He, who was well versed in the art of craftsmanship, understood that this was a rare and precious space treasure that could isolate the outside world from probing with the power of the void. Su Yu looked at the grand wedding ceremony and said, "Master, don't worry. After I enter, I will try to change my appearance as much as possible to avoid implicating the Ouyang family. It doesn't matter. In the past 2 days, the Ouyang family has made all the preparations," the Ouyang family master said casually. After handing over the invitation, the two of them entered the mansion and waited silently in the guest hall for the wedding to begin. It was the auspicious time. Firecrackers rumbled, and a pair of celestial couples, dressed in red robes, came to the front of the hall under the blessings of many people. Chapter 1063. If it wasn't for the disputes in the court, and if his wedding with Qin Xianer hadn't been interrupted, he might have been the prince consort living in a corner, living a carefree life with the naughty and cute Qin Xianer, perhaps even a child. Su Yu sighed softly, his heart filled with emotions. As he recalled Qin Xianer, he felt extremely apologetic. She must hate him after she woke up. Nothing could be more devastating to her than the fact that her husband loved someone else in his heart. She was so stubborn, single-minded, and deeply in love with Su Yu. However, what he got in return was a ruthless stab from Su Yu. Su Yu didn't know how to face her again, nor did he know what to say the next time they met. "Mr. Su, the third deputy region master, is here," the Ouyang family's master said, pulling Su Yu back to reality. Su Yu focused his gaze on the burly middle-aged man at the forefront, who had a gratified look on his face. Was that the third deputy region master? Su Yu engraved it in his mind. After they have bowed to heaven and earth, the distinguished guests will come forward to present their gifts. That will be a good opportunity to get close to them. The Ouyang family took out a gift that they had prepared and passed it to Su Yu. Su Yu said, "No need to trouble Ouyang family master. I have already prepared everything." As he spoke, he quietly stood up and cupped his fists. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he went to a secluded corner and changed his clothes. After a short while, the Ouyang family's master saw another person dressed in a silver mask among the crowd. Judging from his aura, it was Su Yu who had changed his appearance. In order to not implicate the Ouyang aristocrat clan, they intentionally distanced themselves from him. Soon, the wedding reached its finale. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to your parents, the master of ceremonies recited. This was the moment when Su Yu and Qin Xianer's engagement was broken. Of course, the same scene would never happen again. His son and daughter-in-law offered him tea, and the third deputy region master drank it in one gulp. "Ha ha ha ha, Sheng'er, you have grown up." Tears streamed down the third deputy region lord's face. He was full of excitement and joy. As he spoke, he took out a fist-sized pearl from his bosom. "This is a 1,000-year-old pearl. It was given to me by your grandfather when I started my family. Now I pass it to you. I hope that you will live happily together for 100 years. "Thank you, father." The two daughters-in-law couldn't contain their joy as they received the gifts. Husband and wife bowed to each other. As they bowed to each other, a pair of lovers' beautiful eyes were filled with affection, and the sparks of deep love could be seen between them. "Send her to the bridal chamber. Welcome all the guests." The so-called sending off was to send off the newlyweds with gifts. "Congratulations, Third Region Lord." "Congratulations." "Haha. Thank you for your support, elderly." "Congratulations, congratulations. I'm sure that in just a few years, you'll have a house full of children and grandchildren." "Haha. Thank you for your auspicious words." Everyone was talking among themselves, and it was Su Yu's turn to step forward. What he held in his hand was a stalk of spiritual herb taken from the glittering jewel wonderland. It was 500 years old and was hard to find in the Jiuzhou continent. It was a very precious gift. "Congratulations, third deputy region master," Su Yu said with a smile, holding the gift with both hands. The third deputy region master glanced at the gift with a smile on his face. "A 500-year-old Aerong Lingji mushroom. It's really rare." Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "As long as the third deputy region master is satisfied." The third deputy region master did not accept it. His smiling and amiable face suddenly darkened and became as cold as ice. His murderous aura suddenly burst out. "I'm satisfied with the gift, but I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy it." "Is that so? A distinguished guest from the Red Blood Palace? I've been waiting for you." Bang! The broadsword on the third deputy region master's back was suddenly unsheathed and made a circle in front of him. It drew a huge arc in space and swept towards Suyu's waist. Suyu was not afraid. His body was like a dragonfly skimming the water. He floated backward as if he had been prepared. Where do you think you're going? The third deputy region master slammed the table, rolled a few times in the air, and quickly caught up with Suyu. The broadsword swallowed the thunder and turned into a long dragon dancing in the air. Suyu smiled and did not speak. He did not fight back, but kept dodging until a ray of thunder swept across his face, sweeping away the silver mask and revealing his true appearance. In the crowd, there was a cry of surprise. He is not the Su Ming who wanted to assassinate the region master. The person who spoke was none other than the clan lord of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. The one who replaced Su Yu was naturally Xiaobai. He looked back at the Ouyang family master contemptuously. Master was right. You are not reliable. The Ouyang family master's face sank. He had already guessed that I would betray him. Of course. Master once said that kindness is not always repaid. It can also be repaid with hatred. Xiaobai imitated Su Yu's tone. He said that when kindness forces a family to risk extinction, to leave their homes, and to leave their roots, the gratitude has long turned into a burden. If you want to get rid of the burden, of course, the master of this kindness must die. The Ouyang family had been operating in the heavenly knife city for hundreds of years. They had a deep foundation and were like fish in water. In order to repay a kindness in the past, they had to pay the heavy price of 100 years of effort, or even the destruction of their family. Could this kindness still be appreciated? It had become a heavy burden. If it were Suyu, it would be difficult to repay this kindness. Therefore, when he stepped through the door of the Ouyang family master, Suyu knew that he would be betrayed by the Ouyang family. This was also why he was unwilling to stay in the Ouyang family master. The Ouyang family master's face was unashamed. For the family, I was not wrong. Xiaobai chuckled. Master did not say that you were wrong. On the contrary, he understood your actions very well and told me that if it was not necessary, there was no need to seek revenge on you. The Ouyang family master was speechless, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. Where is your master? The third deputy region master felt that something was wrong. Suddenly his face changed. We have been fooled. This is a diversion. He used the puppets to create chaos, but he disappeared without a trace. You deal with the puppets. I will be back soon. The third deputy region master seemed to realize something. He abandoned the puppets and fled back to the inner yard. In the inner yard, in the bridal chamber, which should have been a joyous occasion, an unexpected scene played out. When the newlyweds entered the bridal chamber, they were shocked to find that there was a person sitting quietly in the bridal chamber, drinking their wedding wine as if there was no one else around. When he saw them enter, he showed an elegant and calm smile. The wedding wine is good. Congratulations on your marriage. Who are you? As the son of the third deputy region master, Zhang Sheng was instilled with the responsibility of a man from an early age. He immediately protected his bride behind him and kept retreating. Bang! Su Yu flicked his fingers, and the door of the house closed. At the same time, a dark spell flag transformed into a formation, trapping them in the center. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of hurting you. But please don't do anything that displeases me, Su Yu said, without any murderous intent. Zhang Sheng calmed down a little, but he was shocked. How did this person enter the bridal chamber? There were masters guarding the door, and it was impossible to enter without a sound. How could he know that the masters outside the door had already been subjected to the Emperor's imperial spirit technique? What do you want to do? Breaking into the third deputy region master's mansion and openly making a scene at the wedding. It can't be as simple as asking for money, right? He subconsciously protected his bride even more tightly. Su Yu said, You are indeed the son of the third deputy region master. You are very smart, so I will be straightforward. I am from the Red Blood Palace. Well, the mortal enemy of the Heavenly Knife region. My purpose is to take away an account book of your father. Hearing that it was an account book, Zhang Sheng was surprised. What account book is worth breaking into the mansion? An account book of your father colluding with the Ghost Clan and funding them with resources. Ghost Clan? Nonsense. My father could not have colluded with the Ghost Clan. Zhang Sheng was furious, looking young and vigorous. Looking at him, Suyu seemed to see a younger version of himself. Haha, your father may not have colluded with them, but your region master did. As a subject, I can only follow him, Suyu said. Zhang Sheng did not believe his nonsense at all. Who could forget the disastrous impression that the Ghost Clan left on Jiuzhou 100 years ago? Colluding with the Ghost Clan was equivalent to opposing the human race, and everyone had the right to punish it. None of the 9 great prefectures' kings would tolerate it. Well, even if what you said is true, the account book should be with my father. Are you looking for us to threaten my father? Zhang Sheng showed a look of disdain. Threaten? Of course not. Suyu denied it. Because the account book is not with your father at all. How do you know? Zhang Sheng asked coldly. Suyu chuckled. It's very simple. He knows that the Red Blood Palace will send someone to snatch the account book from him. So, keeping the account book with him is the easiest way to get it, because he does not know who will come to him. What if it is Mo Tianqian herself? Wouldn't it be tantamount to offering the account book with both hands? So, I guess that he must have placed the account book somewhere, and he obviously wouldn't tell me about it. So, I came to ask you, as his son, how many possible hiding places do you know about my father? Suyu wore a faint smile on his face, and he gave off a cordial vibe. Zhang Sheng was stunned. Suyu's words made so much sense that he could not refute him at all. So, are you threatening my life and asking me to take you to find the hiding place of my father? Zhang Sheng asked calmly. Suyu drank half a cup of wine and shook his head. Of course I won't threaten you, but I will threaten the bride. Believe me, in the eyes of many enemies, I am a complete spoiler. Zhang Sheng's heart tightened. He was not afraid of threatening his life, but the bride. But I have changed my mind now. Don't you want to know whether my father really colluded with the Ghost Clan? Why don't we witness it together? Then you can feel relieved, and I can find what I want. Zhang Sheng thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. On the one hand, it was for the safety of the bride, and on the other hand, it was to confirm whether this person's words were true. Otherwise, he would always take it to heart. Brother Sheng, don't be fooled. What if he covets my father's treasure? The beautiful bride reminded him. Listen to me this time. Zhang Sheng patted her nervously clenched palm. If it is for money, the price of breaking into the 3rd Deputy Region Master is too high. The value of what he is after is beyond the value of the treasure. Then lead the way. Suyu opened the 5 elements heaven extinguishing formation and smiled. Not long after. This is my father's bedroom. I know that there is a secret room in the bedroom that he created with the power of the void. Only the power of the void can be used to open it, or I can find a certain mechanism, but I don't know where the mechanism is. Zhang Sheng stared at Suyu's figure as he rummaged through the room and said with dissatisfaction, Space secret room? Suyu thought for a moment, and a trace of silver sword energy emerged from his fingertips, sweeping around. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was cut into tiny cracks. Looking at this scene, Zhang Sheng's expression was solemn. Replacing a sword with a finger, and the sword energy broke the void. His sword intent, is not strong, but the sword energy is very strange. It contains the attribute of cutting everything. Bang! Chapter 1064. At the same time, Suyu's fingers felt an obvious obstruction. The sword energy had swept through something hidden in the void. With a shake of his fingertips, a large expanse of silver sword energy broke through the void in front of him like a thin snake, revealing a secret room hidden in the void. In the secret room, there are all kinds of amazing resources, countless of them. Su Yu flashed inside, and Zhang Sheng also entered the secret room after thinking for a moment. TSK. As expected of the third Deputy Region Master's collection, it's amazing. Su Yu was amazed. Many of the resources were not available in the glittering jewel wonderland. Suddenly, Su Yu felt some fluctuations, and when he walked over to take a look, it was some materials that exuded a gloomy ghost energy. These materials were very difficult to find, and they had almost no use. Few people would use them. The strangest thing was that there were so many of them. Apart from the ghost race, it was hard to imagine that the human race of Juzhou would need so many ghost race materials. Zhang Sheng came over, his face gloomy, but he still denied it. Father has been accumulating for many years. It's not surprising that there are some ghost race materials. Then, what about the elixirs used by the ghost race? Su Yu grabbed a large box of refined elixirs from the materials that were buried in the air. Zhang Sheng's face was even more gloomy, and he clenched his fists, secretly suppressing his anger. These are not evidence. Su Yu threw it away, looking around as he said lightly, "Yes, only the account book can be regarded as ironclad evidence. Anyone can make these evidence." Su Yu searched the secret room, but did not find the account book. Suddenly, Su Yu stared in a certain direction, and with a sweep of the sword energy, another space crack was cut open. With a muffled sound, a box made of mysterious crystal demonic iron fell out of the space. "There's a small space hidden in the space, and I was almost deceived." Su Yu smiled and picked up the box. The box was sealed, but it was easily broken by the Heavenly Orchid's silver bamboo sword. Su Yu reached out with 2 fingers and caught it, but he looked disappointed. What he felt wasn't a book, but a rolled scroll. What was it that he had to find another space to hide it and seal it with precious, mysterious, crystal, demonic iron? Taking out the scroll, Su Yu asked, "What is this?" Zhang Sheng shook his head blankly. "I didn't know Father had this painting." Since he didn't know, he might as well start. Zhang Sheng opened the scroll and took a look. His eyes were filled with amazement as he stared fixedly at the scroll, as if he had fallen into some kind of trance. He muttered, "So beautiful." The bride, Qiao, looked over and exclaimed, "How can there be such a beautiful lady in this world?" As a woman, she couldn't even feel jealous in front of the woman in the painting. She only felt ashamed of her inferiority. When he looked at Su Yu again, he had long been petrified on the spot and was in a daze. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Xia Jingyu?" In the painting, there was a woman with a gentle temperament, as beautiful as a fairy from the 9th heaven, blooming with an ethereal beauty that did not belong to living beings. At first glance, it was like encountering a fairy maiden in a mountain forest where the morning mist was blowing gently. That kind of breathtaking, peerless beauty. No one believed that there was another kind of beauty that surpassed the one before them. But if this wasn't Xia Jingyu, who else could it be? However, judging from the vicissitudes of life on the scroll, it was definitely more than thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands of years old. And Xia Jingyu was only 20 years old. The Xia Jingyu in the painting seemed even more mature, and her beauty was even more breathtaking. At the same time, there was also a trace of inviolable dignity, which Xia Jingyu did not possess. Is it another person? Su Yu was confused. It was too similar, but there were still some differences. When Su Yu was about to continue looking at it, a low and powerful voice rang out. "I didn't expect that you would find it. The woman in the painting is amazing." Su Yu didn't need to raise his head to know who had come, so he asked, "Where did you find it?" "The Far West Land, a forbidden area for all living beings in Juzhou." The Far West Land? Su Yu knew that it was the only place on the continent without living beings. Since the birth of the human race, It had been a forbidden area that living beings could not enter. Why would Xia Jingyu's portrait appear there? Moreover, it was from countless years ago. If you like it, I can give it to you. Although I am very reluctant to part with it, I can't look at it any longer. Every time I look at it, I become absent-minded, and the time I stay absent-minded is getting longer and longer. The first time I was absent-minded for 3 breaths, and the last time I was absent-minded for a whole month. This painting is poisonous. The most unearthly beauty is the poison of heaven and earth. Absent-minded for a whole month. This sentence came from the mouth of a dignified stage 3 all creations. It seemed incredible, but Suyu believed it because the painting was indeed poisonous. Vaguely, there seemed to be a mysterious force calling to it, immersing one's mind in it. No wonder he had to seal the painting. If he looked at it again, he was afraid that he would be absent-minded for half a year. Thank you. Suyu rolled up the painting and carefully put it away. You can take the painting, but can you let my children go? The 3rd Deputy Region Master stood at the entrance of the space, but he was concerned about his children. Suyu didn't say anything. He didn't hurt us, Zhang Sheng said with his head down, walking towards the 3rd Deputy Region Master. Suyu did not stop him. The 3rd Deputy Region Master looked at Suyu deeply. Did you find the account book? Suyu shook his head and looked up at him with a smile. No, so I was going to ask you for it in person. It's better that you came. You should be the ruthless demon, the new legend of the younger generation. Suyu, right? The 3rd Deputy Region Master said seriously. Suyu nodded. Yes, that's me. Then you are not my opponent, because the strength of the Blood Emperor is not as good as mine. The 3rd Deputy Region Master pushed Zhang Sheng out of the space and looked directly at Suyu. Suyu chuckled. So are we going to start a fight? Since you dare to come, of course, you must kill the enemy for my king, the 3rd Deputy Region Master said. The broadsword on his back floated silently and slipped into his palm. Unexpectedly, there were upright people under the command of the Heavenly Knife Region. However, if he insisted, Suyu would not be merciful. Clang! With a sharp sound, the Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo sword in his hand drew a mysterious trajectory across his chest. The 3rd Deputy Region Master shook his head lightly. Relying only on the material of the sword itself is ultimately useless. Soul-stirring sword. Holding the broadsword in his hand, the 3rd Deputy Region Master waved it like a goose feather. Layers of sword energy intertwined into a flood dragon, and they all rolled towards the sword energy that Suyu had waved. The flood dragons intertwined with each other, forming a tornado. They did not confront the silver sword energy, but were drawn into the center of the vortex and destroyed layer by layer. The seemingly invincible sword energy was actually worn down by the tornado, almost without weakening, and rushed toward Suyu. How do you know that I only rely on the sword body? Suyu said lightly. Thousands of threads. The sword body shook, and the blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, shook hundreds of times in an instant. Each time it shook, it stimulated a hair-thin silver sword energy. After hundreds of thousands of times, there was a dense silver sword energy that turned into a bolt of lightning. Still not enough. The 3rd Deputy Region Master shook his head. However, as soon as his voice fell, his face suddenly changed slightly. With a low shout, the amazing power of all creations burst forth from the inside out. In his pores, the silver sword energy was forcibly squeezed out by the power of all creations. This was what Suyu had comprehended after half a year of retreat. How to use the Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo sword was the result of his 6 months of thinking. The 2 characteristics of the Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo sword were that it could cut everything and travel through the void. If the 2 were combined, the sword energy that was casually released would also contain the ability to travel through the void, which would have unexpected effects. A trace of bright red blood flowed down the corner of the 3rd Deputy Region Master's mouth. Although he noticed it in time, it was still a step too late. There are talents in every generation. I really underestimated you, the third deputy region master said in a deep voice, holding the broadsword in his hand on the ground and covering his abdomen with his hand, as if admitting defeat. Defeating a stage 3 all creations old monster in 2 moves, the elusive void sword energy, helped a lot. However, Suyu did not think that he could defeat a stage 3 all creations old monster so easily. With a sword flower in his hand, Suyu carried the silver sword on his back and said lightly, "Why do you want to die?" After fighting countless all creations old monsters, Suyu knew how much strength the enemy had exerted. The third deputy region master looked at Suyu with some surprise. "How do you know that I want to die?" The biggest reason why Suyu defeated him was that he did not want to fight and only wanted to die in Suyu's hands. Because the third deputy region master was about to speak when another spatial fluctuation came from outside the space. At the same time, a very strong breath came silently. Suyu's eyes were cold. That breath was even stronger than the third deputy region master's. In the end, he still came. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. The third deputy region master, with regret, slowly got up and said without looking back, "It seems that you can't leave because he is here." "Him? Who?" After a little thought, Suyu walked out of the space and saw a strange scene. Zhang Sheng and Qiu were motionless, and it seemed that they were bound by the power of space. The third deputy region master, who walked out of the space 1 step ahead of Suyu, silently put away his broadsword and stood in front of a middle-aged man in a red, luxurious robe. The middle-aged man had a purple gold crown on his head and a scarlet jade around his waist. He had a fair face and a dignified appearance. His eyes were like stars, and when he looked at them, he felt a chill in his heart, finding it hard to look him in the eye. "I thought you were a smart person and would not make things difficult for me," the middle-aged man in the red robe said indifferently. The third deputy region master sighed. "If you had come earlier, you could have died a justifiable death." The red-robed, middle-aged man shot a glance at Suyu and sneered. "Die in the hands of external enemies, and die in the line of duty." If that's the case, the region master will treat your son well. As your in-laws, I'll help you fulfill this wish." He was actually the in-laws of the third deputy region, Lord's marriage, the powerful second deputy palace lord. What they were discussing was the life and death of the third deputy region lord. The third deputy region master managed to pull himself together a little. "Thank you." Third deputy region master received the edict. The red-robed middle-aged man took out a yellow imperial edict from his sleeve. The third deputy region master knelt on one knee and listened to the decree bitterly. The third deputy region master neglected his duties and caused important intelligence to fall into the hands of the enemy. Instead of repentance, he allowed the enemy to escape and betrayed the heavenly knife region. His crimes are unforgivable. Since you have been loyal to the heavenly knife region for so many years, I will grant you special permission to isolate yourself from the world. End of the Emperor. Chapter 1065. The third deputy region master stood up and looked at the red-robed, middle-aged man. "After I die, please take good care of my child." The middle-aged man in the red robe changed his indifference and sighed. "Knowing that the domain lord treats you this way, I'm still willing to fulfill my promise and complete the marriage between Sheng-Er and Qiu. Isn't it because I want to take care of Sheng-Er for you after you leave? Go in peace. I will nurture him into a man of indomitable spirit." It turned out that the third deputy region master didn't escape his fate after all. He didn't die at the hands of the Red Blood Palace, but at the hands of his own people. The escape of Xuelian and the others caused the situation to change dramatically. The news of the ghost race's collusion could spread at any time. As for the third deputy region master, he had the accounts. Even if the accounts were destroyed, he would still remember all the information in his mind. Therefore, he had to either destroy the account book and him at the same time, or kill Xuelian and the others. Now that Xuelian and the others had escaped, only the third Deputy Region Master and the Counts would be destroyed. The Heavenly Knife Region Master finally decided to kill him in order to prevent the account book or the information that the third Deputy Region Master knew from leaking and endangering his position and safety. It was the second Deputy Region Lord who personally carried out the task. It sounded as if the second Deputy Region Master sympathized with the third Deputy Region Master and was even willing to help him raise the child. However, after careful consideration, that was not the case at all. If the Heavenly Knife Region wanted to kill the third Deputy Region Master, why would they send a relative who was highly likely to let the second Deputy Region Master escape to deliver the decree? That was because the Heavenly Knife Region Master was very clear that the second Deputy Region Master had a reason to kill him. If the third Deputy Region Master refused to commit suicide, the second Deputy Region Master would help him commit suicide. "Go," said the second Deputy Region Master. The third Deputy Region Master took a deep look at his tearful son and said with relief, "Shang-Er, don't hate your father-in-law, and don't be an enemy of the Region Master. It's my greatest wish to live a peaceful life." Ignoring the crazed intent in Zhang Sheng's eyes to stop him, the third Deputy Region Master placed his broadsword in front of his neck and swiped his hand. The second Deputy Region Master looked on coldly, and an imperceptible cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Clang! However, the expected scene of his head falling to the ground did not happen. Instead, the broadsword in his hand flew out and landed in a warm palm. "Hee, the sword is a good sword. Why do you have to follow such a stupid and ignorant master? You are really a pearl covered in dust. From now on, follow me. Otherwise, you will end up like his son. After your master dies, you will be executed." The second Deputy Region Master's eyes were cold as he stared at Su Yu. He wanted to make a move, but the third Deputy Region Master stood in front of him without batting an eyelid. "What do you mean?" The third Deputy Region Lord did not care about his own life, but he cared about his son's safety. Su Yu laughed mockingly. "The literal meaning. You want your son to recognize a traitor as his father? You are really hopelessly stupid. Please elaborate." The third Deputy Region Master did not doubt that Su Yu was talking nonsense. "You still don't know. Even your son didn't know about the existence of the account book. So how did the few spies of our Red Blood Palace manage to find out such a shocking secret? Without the guidance of an expert, how would I know?" Su Yu said coldly. The third Deputy Region Master pondered and said, "You mean the news of the account book was leaked because we have a mole in the Heavenly Knife Region? However, this is impossible. The leak of the news is not good for anyone. The Heavenly Knife Region will become the target of public criticism. The mole did this, harming others without benefiting himself. I don't see his purpose in doing this. Harming others without benefiting myself? What I see is that you are the only one who is at a disadvantage. Isn't your current fate the purpose of that expert?" Su Yu said with a sneer. Upon hearing this, the third Deputy Region Master was a little incredulous. "You mean someone deliberately framed me and wanted me to die? Yes, if you die, the news will not be leaked, and some people will lose their stumbling block. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it should be 3 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, they will bring your son under their control and find a way to abolish his cultivation or directly erase him from the world, completely eliminating him. TSK, what a good plan." His eyes fell straight on the second Deputy Region Master. "Is that so, Lord Second Deputy Region Master?" Even if the third Deputy Region Master was stupid, after being enlightened by Su Yu, he should have figured out the key points. Yes, there must be something fishy about the sudden leak of the account book. And if he was ignored by the Region Master because of this, or even died, the fourth Deputy Region Master would benefit the most. The fourth Deputy Region Master was the subordinate of the second Deputy Region Master. Thinking of the fact that a few days ago the Region Master had publicly said that he would choose one of them to go to the side of the central Prefecture's king for further study. He was excited. It was the same for the other regions. They were all invited by the Central Prefecture's king to send people with enough blood energy and strong souls to the Central Prefecture's palace for further study. Each region rushed to send them. On the one hand, this was a great opportunity to win the favor of the Central Prefecture's king. On the other hand, this was a rare opportunity to cultivate experts in the region, although the experts who were sent had disappeared. With their trust in the Central Prefecture's king, they could instinctively believe that they had entered some kind of mysterious further study. Among the 9 region masters, in terms of soul power, the 3rd deputy region master was not the strongest, but in terms of blood power, he was the well-deserved number 1, far surpassing the rest. Therefore, the Heavenly Knife region master was inclined to give this place to him. Not long after that, the news of the account book was suddenly leaked. Combining the two, the 3rd deputy region master was stupid enough to understand the source. If he died, the most suitable person for further study would be the 4th deputy region master. Qiming, you and I are like brothers, and now we are related by marriage. Is it necessary to set me up like this? After further study, it will only be good for you, no harm. The 3rd deputy region master looked directly at the red-robed man and said angrily, Su Yu is a little speechless. You really need to knock your head hard. If you come out successfully, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds and surpass him. At that time, who will be the 2nd deputy region master and who will be the 3rd deputy region master? Hearing this, the 2nd deputy region master was speechless. The ranking of the region masters of the Heavenly Knife region had always been determined by strength. After further study, if he was stronger than Qiming, he would definitely replace him. As for the 4th deputy region master, there was a considerable gap between him and the 2nd deputy region master. Even if further study, it would be difficult to threaten his position. Zhang Qinglong, you are not as smart as a junior. Qiming smiled coldly. This smile did not need to explain anything. Is it really you? Zhang Qinglong was a little absent-minded. He did not expect that the person who framed him to death was not someone else, but someone who had been friends with him for many years. Didn't he tell you? It was indeed me who secretly planned it. Qiming glanced at Su Yu coldly with a hint of anger. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shrugged. I didn't say it was you, I was just guessing. In the end, you admitted it yourself. Please don't blame it on me. Indeed, from beginning to end, Su Yu did not explicitly say that it was Qiming who planned it, but only led Zhang Qinglong in this direction. In the end, who knew that Su Yu had guessed correctly? Thinking carefully about Su Yu's words, Qiming realized that he had been fooled, and his face was cold. You are also stupid enough. The secret agents of the Red Blood Palace were played by you. How could we think of you? In the end, you blew it up with just a few words, tisk tsk. Su Yu folded his arms in front of his chest and laughed. Then he looked at Zhang Qinglong. Now, do you still believe that your in-laws will sincerely help you take care of your son? How could they take care of him? It was already a great mercy to only destroy his cultivation and not destroy him completely. Zhang Qinglong's face changed, and he gripped his broadsword again. Zhang Qinglong, it is useless for you to struggle. If the king wants you dead, you have to die. Qiming took out the imperial edict again. However, a sharp sword light swept across and shattered the imperial edict. I can die, but Shang must not fall into the hands of a sinister villain like you. For the sake of his son, Zhang Qinglong chose to resist. Resistance meant betrayal. Zhang Qinglong, look carefully. Your son is still in my hands. As soon as Qiming's voice fell, a dense mass of blood suddenly sprang up from the ground, catching Jingsheng and Qiu off guard and pulling them into the ground. Then, near Su Yu's feet, the blood sprang up, wrapping around the two of them. At the same time, the blood condensed into a handsome silver puppet. Now your daughter is in my hands. Su Yu dispelled the space power that bound the two of them, and a trace of sword light from his fingertips touched Qiu Er's neck. Seeing this, Zhang Qinglong's eyebrows relaxed, and he laughed. Boy, well done. Qi Ming, for Qiu Er's sake, let us go. Unexpectedly, Qi Ming sneered sarcastically. Do you think I am, like you, bound by family? I have long since cut off all ties with my martial arts. What is a mere daughter, even if my whole family is young and old? Don't even think about threatening me. Die. Before his voice fell, Qi Ming suddenly attacked. As a stage for all creation's old monster, his attack caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to go berserk, and a large space collapsed. Zhang Qinglong's face showed deep fear, and he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, his other hand tore through the void, wrapped around them, and escaped together. Hurry up! We are no match for him. As the second deputy palace master, he was only below the first deputy palace master, who had never shown his face. Qi Ming's strength was terrible, and Zhang Qinglong had experienced it firsthand. Usually, the outcome of a fight would be decided within 10 moves. The next moment, they teleported to an area who knew how far away. Puff! As soon as they landed, Zhang Qinglong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was immediately injured by the blow. Qi Ming was stronger than him, and not just by a little bit. Go quickly, he will catch up soon. I will temporarily hold him off for a while. Zhang Qinglong held the broadsword with both hands, facing the unhealed crack in the space, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, none of the three left. Zhang Sheng and the others naturally did not want to leave their father behind. Su Yu did not leave, which seemed strange. Mr. Su, I have a presumptuous request, Zhang Qinglong said. Unfortunately, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Yu. You want me to escape with your son and daughter-in-law? I refuse. Zhang Qinglong's face stiffened, and he said, Can't you take them along the way and escape? Su Yu shook his head. I have no intention of escaping. If you don't escape, are you prepared to wait for death? Zhang Qinglong looked confused. Chapter 1066. Zhang Qinglong was shocked. To be precise, he was shocked by Su Yu's recklessness. Mr. Su, I know you have a series of famous battles, and I have carefully analyzed them. They are indeed amazing. But in a real fight, you may not be able to defeat me, not to mention Qi Ming. In the Heavenly Knife region, no one can exchange more than 10 blows with him except the great Deputy Region Master and the Heavenly Knife Region Master. Zhang Qinglong said seriously and urgently. The crisis was approaching. Su Yu shook his head gently. Do you really think we can escape? After a moment of silence, Zhang Qinglong sighed. No, he could only block 10 blows, and each blow took a breath. 10 breaths would not be enough to escape far. So forget about luck. Without a master to rescue us, Qi Ming will not be merciful. Su Yu understood Zhang Qinglong's mentality. In times of crisis, he placed his hopes on an illusory accident. In the words of his previous life, it was the mentality of an ostrich. Zhang Qinglong took a deep breath and said bitterly, Just you and me and this puppet? Enough, Su Yu said calmly. Good. Zhang Qinglong untied his clothes, revealing a strong granite body, holding his sword with one hand, and said, Today, let's go all out. Chi, the crack in the space in front of them hissed, expanding and shrinking. Suddenly, the crack that had shrunk to the size of a strand of hair expanded 100 times. A figure in a red robe stepped out. Oh, I thought I would have to chase you for a while, but you didn't escape, Qi Ming said with surprise. Zhang Qinglong said seriously, Even if my family is destroyed, I will make you pay the price. 10 blows from you. Qi Ming showed a faint expression of sarcasm. 10 moves, but they couldn't even injure him. But this time he had 2 other masters. The world's new rising star, Su Yu. Its power was comparable to stage 3 All Creations' silver puppet. Soul-stirring. Zhang Qinglong shouted, his broadsword like a rainbow, swinging out layers of sword energy like a tornado. Qi Ming took out a dark chain with one hand, turned his wrist, and the chain was like a dark, poisonous snake, swallowing black flames. Chi! Thousands of sword energy in the flames were quickly extinguished like moths, and the tornado collapsed. Bull fighting spirit. After Zhang Qinglong finished his first move, he immediately used the second move. Poison dragon soul entanglement. Star cutting sword. Heaven serpent. In Zheng Shun's and Qiao Er's eyes, both parties were exchanging blows. Their figures were blurry, and they could only feel sword qi crisscrossing the place. The chains were filled with ghostly qi. Su Yu's eyes could see clearly that if there was no difference in cultivation level, Zhang Qinglong would not lose to Qi Ming by too much. Unfortunately, the difference in the all creations realm was difficult to make up for in other aspects. Moreover, Qi Ming himself was proficient in chains, and his fighting power was extraordinary. In the beginning, both sides were evenly matched. In the middle, Zhang Qinglong was on the verge of defeat. In the 10th move of the later stage, a black chain stabbed into Zhang Qinglong's chest like a viper. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as Zhang Qinglong was sent flying. A fist-sized hole appeared in his chest. Both of them exchanged 10 blows in less than 10 breaths, which gave Su Yu enough time to set up the sword formation. Su Yu's gaze turned sharp. He put his middle finger and index finger together and formed a sword shape. Within his 2 fingers, a silver sword light was constantly swallowed. There were tens of thousands of threads, and they gathered at Su Yu's fingertips to form a long sword similar to the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword. The difference was that this was purely condensed sword energy. Releasing the sword energy? Such shallow swordsmanship is a disgrace. Qi Ming casually struck out with the mighty power of all creations, suppressing Su Yu. Su Yu did not even look up. He waved his right hand, and a long crack appeared in the space where his arm had waved. All creation's mighty force was sucked into the crack, and it did not even cause a ripple. Sword energy that can shatter the void is rare. Well, although I don't know who you are from the Red Blood Palace, if you meet me, you will die. Qi Ming was indifferent. His body was blurred, and he teleported to Su Yu's side. The chain in his palm was ready to go, swallowing black flames as it went straight for Su Yu's chest. Su Yu dodged sideways, not daring to touch the flames. A trace of the remaining power of the disastrous fire in his body was constantly surging, as if it had sensed something. What the flame was self-evident. The disastrous fire. It was the disastrous fire that would appear when the all creation's mighty force went through the ordeal. Without the tempering of the disastrous fire, touching the disastrous fire without permission would lead to annihilation. Can you escape? Qi Ming shook his head gently. It's over. The pitch-black chain in his palm suddenly expanded to 10 times its original length, and it sealed off this part of the world with the speed of lightning. In the chain, a large black, disastrous fire erupted like a volcano, engulfing the sealed world. Qi! Suddenly, in the flames of the disastrous fire, a silver sword light, shaped like a flying dragon, danced in the air and swept away the disastrous fire. Looking closely, the so-called silver sword light was Su Yu's long sword of sword energy. It can even destroy the disastrous fire, and it has a space attribute. That sounds familiar. Qi Ming vaguely guessed something, but nothing mattered. In the face of absolute power, any means would be a foolish last-ditch struggle. Black dragon splitting the sun. Qi Ming roared and teleported. The chain was straight like a spear, and like a black dragon, it broke the void and went straight for Su Yu. This move blocked all directions, and there was no way to retreat. It was forcing a head-on battle. Su Yu's face was calm. He put his palms together, and his eyes flickered with sword light. Sword energy return. Puff, puff, puff. All the pores on Su Yu's body opened, and silver spots of light were emitted from them. Then, hair-thin strands of sword energy flew out from the pores like raindrops. It wasn't a single strand that flew out, nor was it a single time. Instead, hundreds of thousands of silver sword cheese flew out of all his pores. At a glance, Su Yu's body was 100 feet wide, shaped like a silver sun. He was like an ancient Buddha, bathed in the silver halo. The sun and the black dragon converged, and a silent blow broke out. Rub, rub. Su Yu and Qi Ming both took a few steps back, shaken. Su Yu felt as if his whole body was being scorched by fire, and his chest was sore. His body was in turmoil, and his blood was boiling. However, Qi Ming wasn't much better. Tens of thousands of sword energy entered his body, destroying him from the inside out. He had to use most of his all-creation strength to force them out of his body. Sword energy hidden in the Dantian, breathing out millions. How did you cultivate your Dantian? It's so big. Qi Ming was shocked. Hiding sword energy in the Dantian was a skill that many swordsmanship martial artists were proficient in. This method could only be used by the fairy realm. Once one ascended to the Almighty, the Dantian would turn into a fetal crystal and lose the space to hide sword energy. However, someone like Su Yu, who had hundreds of thousands of whiffs of sword energy, was unheard of. You flatter me. Su Yu forcibly suppressed his injuries, and with a flip of his palm, a pitch-black needle appeared. It swallowed the power of the void, and the next moment it disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was nailed an inch into Qi Ming's forehead. Qi Ming was shocked and tried to force the needle out with the all-creation strength, but the pitch-black needle suddenly turned into nothingness and nailed Qi Ming's soul. In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream came from Qi Ming's mouth. Ah, it's the soul-piercing needle. How could the Region Master's treasure be in your hands? This was the famous treasure of the Heavenly Knife Region Master, a semi-manufactured fairy artifact that specialized in subduing souls. He had given it to Qian Li for safekeeping, but it had fallen into Su Yu's hands. First, the sword energy entered his body, which required more than half of the all-creation's strength to suppress. Then his soul was stabbed, and his strength was limited by no less than half. With a cold glint in his eyes, Su Yu held the underworld pearl in his hand and blasted it through the air. However, even in pain, Qi Ming was a stage for all creation's old monster, and he decisively teleported away to avoid the blow. But just as he was about to avoid it, tens of thousands of blood threads suddenly wrapped around his body. It was Whitey, who had been hiding underground for some time, turning into countless blood threads. "Get out of here!" Qi Ming shouted, and his body shook violently, breaking the blood threads that wrapped around his body. The continent below was also shattered, revealing the rock layers hidden deep underground. But what was shocking was that the entire earth had already been covered by a sea of blood that covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The sea of blood was condensed from dense blood threads. The blood threads that Qi Ming broke were just a drop in the ocean. "Ha ha, old bastard, taste the comfort of Whitey's love." Deep underground, there was Whitey's strange laughter. Suddenly, the ground of hundreds of thousands of miles shattered, revealing a huge sea of blood. Endless blood threads covered the sky and covered the earth. From the bottom to the top, they soared into the sky. Qi Ming's eyelids twitched. These blood threads were not a threat to him, but if he was entangled, it would be difficult to get rid of them in a short time. Making a prompt decision, Qi Ming smashed the void in all directions with his palm, preparing to escape into the void and escape. But at this moment, a ray of wine-red light came from behind, and the huge power of space disrupted the power of space around him. The shattered void crack immediately changed shape, as if it was about to shatter. This kind of chaotic space, even if it was an all-creation's old monster, it would be difficult to survive. If one space did not work, his right hand smashed another space. But there was a moment of stagnation between the two. The The sea of blood took the opportunity to rush up, and countless blood threads condensed into a wall, blocking the newly opened space crack. "You have a death wish." Qi Ming was a little anxious. He dispelled the sword energy in his body and pulled out the soul-piercing needle. He was confident that he could come back and easily crush them all. But now was not the time to force a fight. A roar like thunder shook the countless blood threads and broke them apart. However, the number of blood threads was endless. One after another, they surged up, sinking him into the vast sea of blood threads. Not to mention destroying all the blood threads. He could not even teleport away from this place. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qinglong gasped. In less than a dozen breaths, Qi Ming was at a disadvantage. "Father, who exactly is this man? Didn't you say that he was the demon who was inferior to you? How?" Zhang Xing stared at Su Yu's figure, shocked beyond words. They were both of the younger generation, but with such strength he was completely unqualified to catch up. Chapter 1067. The methods that Su Yu had used were all new ones that had never been seen before, and the effects were amazing. In the sea of blood, Qi Ming's heart sank. If he continued to be entangled, he would eventually use up his all-creation power. Once his all-creation power was insufficient, the sword energy in his body would explode from the inside out, cutting him to pieces, and he would be dead. This could not go on. But it was easier said than done to escape the sea of blood. If he was at his peak, he could easily escape. Now that his strength was restricted, he could not do as he wished. But if he let it go, the consequences would be even worse. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. With a flash of light, Qi Ming shook off the blood wrapping around his body and stared at Su Yu. "You forced me to do this." Layers of black scales gradually appeared on the surface of his body, and his face gradually turned pitch black. A pair of pitch black horns grew on his forehead, and his pupils emitted a deep, murky yellow light. His hands were also shaped like sharp claws. Even behind him a long tail grew. Seeing this, Zhang Qinglong's expression changed. He did not hesitate to use the all-creation primordial spirit to cast the dragon transformation technique. Su Yu's heart moved. He had heard rumors about the dragon transformation technique from ancient times. Some ancient humans, in order to break through the shackles of all creation, would choose to imitate the powerful creatures of heaven and earth and transform their own bodies to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, the heaven-devouring demonic eye between Su Yu's eyebrows was one of the products of that era. The principle of the dragon transformation technique was very similar. It also transplanted the blood, flesh, or other parts of a real dragon to achieve the purpose of transforming the body. Once activated, one could transform into a half-dragon form, and his strength would soar. Of course, the price was very high. First of all, the body of a real dragon cost an astronomical number of crystals. Only a few people in the Jiuzhou continent could afford it. Secondly, every time it was activated, it consumed not ordinary power, but the all-creation primordial spirit. Similar to the fairies' dantian, the Almighty's fetal crystal, the primordial spirit was the foundation of the all-creation old monsters. A slight injury could affect them for the rest of their lives. If it was not necessary, absolutely no one would be willing to use it rashly. Zhang Qinglong never thought that Qi Ming would be forced to this point. If he were to put himself in their shoes, he wouldn't have a second path to take. If he didn't do this, he would really fall into the tragic fate of ants biting an elephant to death. Dragons roar! Qi Ming, who was in his half-dragon form, roared with a sinister smile. The shocking sound waves radiated in all directions. The sea of blood that got close was like a piece of paper in the face of fire, quickly annihilated. The silver puppet deep underground let out a miserable shriek. Countless blood vessels rapidly shrank, and the sea of blood vanished in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a dying silver puppet crawling out of the ground. Compared to the previous silvery white color, his entire body was dim, and there were many cracks on his body. He had suffered a dragon's roar at such a close distance and was severely injured. His current battle prowess is at the brink of the 5th stage all creations, Jing Qinglong said, his face full of bitterness. He could no longer see any hope of victory. Swish, swish! After transforming into a half-dragon, the sword chi within his body was forcefully spat out along with a dragon roar. A black needle was forced out from his pitch-black forehead. Little bastard, are you ready to force me to damage my own primordial spirit? Qi Ming was ferocious, his voice mixed with the roar of a wild beast. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover his primordial spirit? He had thought it would be an easy mission, but he had to pay such a huge price. How could he vent his hatred if he did not kill Suyu? Yes, I'm ready. Suyu looked at Qi Ming calmly and nodded. Such a response stunned Qi Ming, until Suyu finished his sentence. I'm ready to send you on your way. Creak! Suddenly, the space behind Qi Ming split open, and an underworld pearl wrapped in the power of space flew out from it. The appearance of the underworld pearl caught him off guard. Even Qi Ming did not expect it. It turned out that the underworld pearl that was thrown out earlier was a diversion to make him relax his vigilance. The underworld pearl was wrapped in the power of space, ready to strike at any time. The underworld pearl came crashing down from behind. Qi Ming roared, turned around with difficulty, and slammed out with his scale-covered hands. Bang, bang! There were 2 muffled sounds as Qi Ming was shaken by the power of the underworld pearl. But what was even more shocking was that the underworld pearl was forced back by him. Last time, Lin Lang had easily caught the underworld pearl in her hand. This time, the dragonized Qi Ming, with all his might, managed to blast the underworld pearl away. It seemed that the 5th stage all creation realm was the limit of the underworld pearl's pressure. Suyu felt the pressure. The dragonized Qi Ming was many times stronger than before. They were on 2 different levels. Qi Ming stopped shaking, and his yellow eyes were filled with hostility. Boy, no more moves? Die. Yes, Suyu said calmly. After thinking for a short while, he took out a completely black magic wand. There were 4 distinct cracks on it, and it seemed like it was about to shatter. The glittering jewel fairy scepter. He grabbed it with one hand and infused it with vital energy. The dark magic staff immediately emitted invisible waves and disappeared into the void. The strange waves passed through everyone silently. Zhang Qinglong, Zhang Sheng, Qiu Erren, Qi Ming. Qi Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to avoid the waves and tried to tear the void and hide in it. However, even though he was in the void, the ripples were not affected at all. Qi Ming, who prided himself on being knowledgeable, could not help but be horrified. What was this thing? What was that wave? Soon he understood. The waves entered his body, and the surface of his body began to change. The black horns on the top of his head, the black scales on the surface of his body, the tail on his back all fell off. At the same time, a mass of dragon bones hidden in his abdomen also disappeared inexplicably. He degenerated from his half-dragon form back to his human form. This was the role of the glittering jewel fairy scepter, purification. It purified him from a state of being neither human nor dragon into a pure human state. Of course, the primordial spirit he had lost and his injuries could not be purified. In other words, his primordial spirit was greatly damaged in exchange for showing off his half-dragon body. The price of this show was too heavy. My dragon body! Qi Ming stared at his human body in shock. He could not believe that the dragonization technique that he had paid such a high price to complete had been purified just like that. Buzz, buzz, suddenly, 3 tiny cracks appeared around Qi Ming. The cracks shone with silver light, swallowing and spitting out silver sword energy. The formation was finally successful. Qi Ming recovered from his shock. His eyes narrowed as he instinctively felt the great danger. He said in a low voice, "Sword formation? You still have this skill?" For some reason, before the sword formation had even been activated, he felt a sense of fear. "This is to send you on your way," Suyu said calmly, his hands forming a seal to mobilize the sword formation. The void was torn apart, revealing the true appearance of the 3 silver swords. They were 3 long silver swords. The silver swords shuttled through the void and completed a turn in an instant. If it had not been for the remaining silver sword shadows, it would have been difficult to discover that the sword formation had been activated once. Qi Ming's heart, eyebrows, and abdomen, each of the 3 major vital points, had a gradually expanding blood mark. When he had dealt with the glittering jewel mortal fairy, he had chosen to attack her vital points in order to prevent inadvertently hurting Bang Wuxin. As for Qi Ming, of course, he did not receive such good treatment. 3 swords, each one fatal. His heart was pierced by a sword, his soul was broken by a sword, and his primordial spirit was pierced by a sword. Moreover, these were injuries that could not be healed unless he had the power of a mortal fairy. Qi Ming was flustered, trying to repair his injuries, but to no avail. He shouted in panic, What sword is this? No. The increasingly serious injuries caused Qi Ming to quickly sink into the death swamp. His all-creation's mighty force left his body like a river, and his soul gradually disappeared. His body became heavier and heavier, and Qi Ming finally panicked. He was going to die. "Brother Zheng, save me, I was wrong, please, please." He begged Zheng Qinglong before he died, but all he got was a look of indifference from Zheng Qinglong. Qiu! Looked at him with a complicated expression. She could not change Suyu's will. Until he could no longer bear the weight of his body, Qi Ming fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, completely unconscious. Glancing at him, Suyu murmured, "Since you have cut off your ties, how can you talk about pleading?" The 3 silver swords flew back into the sword case on Suyu's back. Suyu took a deep breath. Using the trisolar sword formation once consumed an astonishing amount of mental energy. Deep exhaustion came with drowsiness. With a strong mental energy, Suyu came to Qi Ming and took his storage ring. As the 2nd-ranked deputy region master, his net worth must be extremely high. Suyu's eyes lit up when he saw that there were 700 or 800 million crystals in it. This was a huge windfall. There were also many resources that one could wish for. Finally, Suyu found a broken scroll that described the process of a human evolving into a half-dragon. The method was described in detail, and the process was clear. Dragon transformation technique. Suyu's eyes lit up again. After Qi Ming had transformed into a dragon, his strength had skyrocketed. Suyu had a deep impression of him, and Suyu himself had a body of dragon veins. Could he also complete the transformation? But there was no time to think about it now. Suyu collected all the items. "How are your injuries?" Suyu looked at Zheng Qinglong after cleaning up the battlefield. Being looked at by Suyu like this, Zheng Qinglong felt some pressure. Now, it was time to deal with them. Zheng Qinglong was still a member of the Heavenly Knife region, but Suyu was a member of the Red Blood Palace. "Please don't hurt my father." Zhang Xing came over and stood in front of his father, facing Suyu. But Zheng Qinglong gently pushed him away and sighed. "If you wanted to hurt me, why wait until now? Sheng, give him the pearl I gave you at the wedding." Although Zhang Sheng did not understand, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was a symbol of his and Xiao Er's marriage. But without much hesitation, he placed a huge pearl the size of a palm in Suyu's palm. "What you want is in here," Zheng Qinglong said. What Suyu wanted was naturally the account book. "Here." Suyu really did not expect that Zheng Qinglong would put the account book in the pearl, and then give it to his son as a treasure in front of everyone. Suyu could not help but laugh bitterly at such a move. Chapter 1068. Crack! Su Yu crushed the pearl in his hand, revealing a sheepskin scroll filled with characters of the human clan and the ghost clan. On it were the signatures of Zhang Qinglong, the Heavenly Knife Region Master, and the ghost clan. This account book was enough to kill the Heavenly Knife Region Master. The one who came to deal with him must be a prefecture king. Mr. Su, I advise you to give this account book to Mo Tianxian and stop meddling in this matter. The secrets involved are not something you and I can meddle with. Only the prefecture king can solve it. Maybe one prefecture king is not enough. The situation is more serious than you expected. Zhang Qinglong said seriously. Although I did not directly participate in the negotiations with the ghost race, I can speculate that the number of ghosts lurking in Jiuzhou is beyond imagination from years of resource support. It is even possible that the gate to the ghost prison has been opened. Especially in the last year, the resources supported are 10 times more than before. The sudden increase is enough to explain something. That is, 10 times more ghosts have come to Jiuzhou. Hearing his words, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had always thought that the ghost race active in Jiuzhou were mostly the remnants of the defeated army from 100 years ago. But now Su Yu pondered for a long time. He could not help but open the account book and analyze the quantity, grade, and quality of the resources obtained by the ghost race over the years. However, the more he read, the more shocked he became. The resources in Zhang Qinglong's mansion were just the tip of the iceberg. The resource transactions recorded in the account book were an astronomical figure. The resources of the Heavenly Knife region for 100 years were nothing more than this. From 100 years ago, the Heavenly Knife region began to prepare resources for the ghost race. Strangely, this process was not discovered by anyone, and no traces were left behind. How could there be no traces left after 100 years of collecting materials from the ghost race? Jiuzhou should be very sensitive to the ghost race. It was even more memorable than the distant demon race. How could no one notice it? There was only one explanation. There was an invisible hand manipulating behind the scenes to cover up the matter. There was only one person who had such ability and was willing to help the Heavenly Knife Region Master, the Central Prefecture's king. Others might not know. But how could Su Yu not know the cause of Shenichen's death? The Central Prefecture's king had a long history of colluding with the ghost race. It was completely reasonable for him to order the Heavenly Knife region to store resources for the ghost race in the past 100 years. Su Yu couldn't help but suspect that the Heavenly Knife region wasn't the only one involved. Among the 5 regions of the Central Prefecture, apart from the blessed and heavenly lands, the other regions could be involved as well. These are really troubled times. The appearance of the glittering jewel mortal fairy is not enough, and now the ghost race has appeared. Su Yu frowned deeply. According to the account book, the ghost race had already stationed troops somewhere on the continent, waiting for an opportunity to stage a comeback. The 9 states that had lost the royal beast state, coupled with the fact that their strength was not as great as it was 100 years ago, boded ill rather than well. Moreover, the glittering jewel mortal fairy would never let go of this opportunity to devour people's hearts and souls. Su Yu's heart was heavy. Is it really time for Jiuzhou to be destroyed? Looking at the account book, Su Yu planned to immediately hand it over to Mo Tianxian and inform all the prefecture's kings. This was even more troublesome than the glittering jewel mortal fairy. However, when Su Yu closed the account book, his gaze swept over the ghost clan signature, and he couldn't help but be startled. He paused and observed the signature carefully. Su Yu was proficient in many clans' languages, and the ghost clan's language was one of them. And the ghost clan's signature, if translated into human words, would be "It's him?" Su Yu's pupils constricted. He was surprised but also relieved. I see, then everything makes sense. Zhang Qinglong, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but frown. Mr. Su, have you discovered something? Su Yu pointed his finger at the ghost clan signature in the account book and said with mixed feelings, Yes, the Ghost Clan signature might be an old friend of mine. Right at that moment, cracks suddenly appeared all around them. The crack right in front of them was the largest, and a pitch-black skeleton ship flew out from it. At the bow of the ship was a gentle and refined young man with a golden mask on his back. "It seems that Brother Sue has discovered it after all," the golden-masked man said with a smile. Behind him were 80 bronze corpses, each of which had the strength of Stage 1 all creations. The memory of their joint attack on the glittering jewel mortal fairy was still fresh in his mind. Moreover, there was more than one similar skeleton ship. From all directions, no less than 10 ships flew out one after another. Each ship was billowing with ghost energy, and indistinctly one could see bronze corpses standing upright in the ghost energy. There were as many as 1,000 of them. Moreover, at the bow of each ghost ship, there was a creature sitting cross-legged, opening up space for the ghost ship. Among them, Suyu raised his eyebrows when he saw an unusually familiar figure, Manor Master Zhang. Suyu stared at him, surprised, but felt that it was reasonable. Or should I call you the blood-bone great soldier? Manor Master Zhang slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with cruelty and ferocity. "Haha, long time no see. You still remember me." Back then, it was Suyu who exposed him, which led to his escape from Yuling Mountain. Suyu smiled nonchalantly, then turned to look at another familiar handsome man behind the great soldier of Bloodbone. "It's been a long time, Senior Brother Renyao." Suyu stared at the man with a complicated look in his eyes. Tian Renyao, one of the 4 great demons of the Demon Mountain. When he was carrying out a mission with Bai Shanliang, they were ambushed by the Ghost Clan, and their whereabouts were unknown. But now it seemed that the ambush was full of doubts. No one knew their route except for themselves and Mo Tianxian, but they were ambushed so accurately. Bai Shanliang had asserted that there must be a traitor among them. He had speculated about the several elders who accompanied them, but he had never guessed about Tian Renyao. He had thought that he had died in an accident, but now it seemed that the truth was really surprising. "You already knew that I was the traitor, didn't you?" Tian Renyao's handsome face showed a look of emotion. Suyu said lightly, "So, Senior Sister Tianyu's words have reached your ears." "Yes, I have. Thank you for your concern, Junior Brother." Tian Renyao seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. He and Tianyu were brother and sister. The 2 people who seemed to have no relationship actually had such a hidden relationship? In fact, Suyu had been speculating since the first time he saw Tianyu. Tian Renyao was a man, but he liked men. Tianyu was a woman, but she was a woman who valued relationships. The 2 of them had the same surname, Tian. It would be too much of a coincidence to say that the 2 of them had no special relationship. When Tianyu betrayed the enemy, Suyu had guessed that there was more to the ambush that Tian Renyao and Bai Shanliang had suffered. Now it seemed that it was true. "Haha, there are quite a few familiar faces here," Suyu chuckled. He didn't know the rest of the people on the skeleton ship, but Zhang Qinglong knew them. His eyes swept over them one after another, full of bitterness. Except for the great Deputy Region Master. All the Deputy Region Masters of the Heavenly Knife region are here, right? It turned out that the people sitting at the bow of the ship were the other Deputy Region Masters. The great Deputy Region Master, however, was exceptionally mysterious. He didn't show up all year round, and even they rarely saw him. "Brother Sue, you are brimming with talent, like a comet streaking across the continent. If such a talent joins the ghost prison, he will surely achieve great things. Why should you submit to the declining Juzhou?" Bai Lingtian said gently, admitting his identity as a member of the ghost race. He also indirectly admitted that the signature of the ghost race on the count was Bai Lingtian's. No wonder he was the nominal disciple of the Heavenly Knife Region Master. But there was a gap between him and the other disciples of the Heavenly Knife Region Master, Qianfeng. Being a disciple was just a facade. It was more convenient to negotiate, wasn't it? An orange is a tangerine when born in Huainan, and a tangerine when born in Huaibei. After joining the ghost prison, will I be a human or a ghost? Su Yu faced the suffocating army calmly. Bai Lingtian smiled, gently as usual. If that's the case, it's a pity. If Brother Su hasn't looked through the account, I don't mind letting you leave. The great emperor admires an outstanding talent like you very much. Unfortunately, it's too late. Are you really not going to consider joining the ghost prison? Su Yu fell silent. You've just gone through a great battle, and you've even used your trump card, the trisolar sword formation. You don't have any energy left to fight with us, do you? Why force yourself? Bai Lingtian sighed. Powerful enemies surrounded him, and pairs of eyes focused on him. Su, you looked calm as he shook his head gently. I've made up my mind. I'm taking the account book with me, and I'm leaving with the person. Bai Lingtian stared at Su Yu deeply. Do you think you can leave? How do you know that after half a year, I still have the trump card from that day? A confident smile appeared at the corners of Su Yu's mouth, and a mysterious aura flowed around him. All of a sudden, a huge wine-red eye appeared in the sky. The eye was extremely huge, with a circumference of hundreds of thousands of miles. Standing beneath it, it was difficult to see the entire eye's original appearance. The scene was shocking and unforgettable. Even Zheng Qinglong was taken aback by the sight. Is this your divine path? Bai Lingtian asked hesitantly. The eye was more than twice as big as the one he displayed in the glittering Jewel Wonderland, and it gave off an obviously different vibe. In the past, it gave off a faint, destructive energy, but now it was a completely different feeling. Space vortex, Su said placidly. All of a sudden, a pitch-black vortex the size of a sesame seed appeared in the middle of the pupil of the giant wine-red eye. It was a vortex formed after the space was torn apart. Once sucked into it, it was highly likely that one would be swept to a faraway place. At first, they didn't understand the significance of this faint vortex. It was only when the edge of the vortex kept expanding, rapidly expanding from the size of a sesame seed to a tenth of the eye's size, that they realized something was amiss. Is he going to create a space vortex of 100,000 miles in circumference? The fourth deputy regent master stared at the rapidly expanding vortex in astonishment and said with uncertainty, I don't think so. Can such a huge vortex be created by the peak pure divine decree alone? As if in response to their words, the vortex rapidly expanded to cover a circumference of 30,000 miles. Looking up, it was as if someone had blasted a huge hole in the sky and was about to collapse. The shocking phenomenon made everyone's scalp tingle. Looking at the rapidly expanding space vortex, they finally grew solemn. He can't be serious, can he? If this goes on, is he going to swallow the entire continent of 100,000 miles in circumference? As the whirlpool covered the area, the mountains that had never changed since ancient times were sucked into it. The long rivers looked like silver-white dragons being sucked into the whirlpool. No one could sit still. The continent of 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers was separated from the land of Jojo with the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. It was absorbed by the immense power of space and floated away from the center of the vortex. Their 10 skeleton ships were also sucked in by the shocking space vortex, spinning uncontrollably like leaves as they were sucked into the center of the vortex. The people on the ships turned pale with fright and did their best to control the skeleton ships to stabilize themselves. However, they were completely powerless to resist the completely formed space vortex of 100,000 miles in circumference. Looking from afar, a pitch-black hole in the shape of an eye appeared in the sky. It could no longer be described as a space crack, but a sky crack. A piece of the sky crack was missing. The shocking scene made people feel as if they were in a dream. Quickly jump off the ship. Quickly. In the skeleton ships, they finally scattered in all directions, abandoning the skeleton ships and choosing to use their individual strength to forcefully escape the vortex. Chapter 1069. Only a few figures managed to forcefully resist the great suction force of the space vortex and escape the range of the vortex. Most of the skeleton ships and the copper corpses on them were not spared. As the entire continent was swallowed up, the swirling spatial vortex in the gap in the sky gradually calmed down. Then, the huge gap in the sky slowly repaired itself. Those who survived the calamity lowered their heads and looked at the ground beneath them, and all of them felt a chill in their hearts. Where was the so-called Earth? Hundreds of thousands of continents were devoured, and all that was left was boiling lava that reached deep into the ground. Only peak stage all adepts were capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Suyu, a strong man of the divine path, had played it down. On the devastated land, only one of the 10 warships remained, as well as a few people who had not been swept away. On the skeleton warship, Bai Ling Tian was still standing at the bow. His expression could not be seen under the golden mask, but his astonished eyes could be seen clearly. "Young master, what should we do? 9 warships, copper corps, and 5 deputy region masters are missing." The blood-bone great general was lucky enough to stay behind. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the horrifying scene. Bai Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after sensing for a while. They're not dead. They've just been teleported to a very faraway place. With the skeleton ship traversing through the void, it'll only take them 5 to 6 days to return. When he looked at Suyu again, Bai Ling Tian smiled bitterly. "Brother Su, you're still the same. You always surprise people with unexpected surprises. Your divine path is really exaggerated. You flatter me. Do you still have the confidence to keep me here?" Suyu asked calmly. Bai Ling Tian was speechless. If it were 1,000 bronze corpses, he wouldn't even be afraid of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. But now, only he, the blood-bone great general, the Stage 3 All Creation's 4th Deputy Region Master, the Second Father All Creation's 5th Deputy Region Master, and Tian Renyao were left. As for the other party, they had Su Yu and Zheng Qinglong. The latter alone could suppress the blood-bone great general, the 4th Deputy Region Master, the 5th Deputy Region Master, and Tian Renyao. As for Suyu, Bai Ling Tian had his own trump card. But after witnessing Suyu's uncanny divine path, he gradually lost his confidence. Because Suyu's divine path had yet to be fully displayed, Bai Ling Tian sank into deep thought. Fighting to the death is probably out of the question. But if he gave up now, the ghost race on the continent would be exposed. After a while, he did something that surprised Suyu. "I'll leave this matter to you to decide." Bai Ling Tian took a step forward and stood in front of Tian Renyao. He looked at him at the same level, as if they were on equal footing. Suyu squinted his eyes, judging from the situation. It didn't seem like Tian Renyao had simply sought refuge with the ghost clan. At first, when he stood behind the blood-bone great general, he thought that he had surrendered and become his servant. But looking at it now, it didn't seem to be the case. Moreover, what surprised Suyu the most was that apart from the unfathomable Bai Ling Tian, who was a powerful all creation's old monster, Tian Renyao's power seemed mediocre, wasn't it? How did he stay? In the chaos just now, everyone could only protect themselves. No one could protect him. Does he have the power to resist the spatial vortex alone? Come to think of it, Suyu had never seen him fight. The 4 great demons of the Demon Mountain, Gong Sun Wuxia, Bing Wuxin, and even Bai Shanliang had all fought side by side. Tian Renyao was the only one. Apart from the occasional transformation and mischief, Suyu had never seen him fight. Because of his special hobbies, people stayed away from him. Almost no one was willing to talk about him or pay attention to him. His true power had always been a blind spot that had been overlooked. Looking at the blood-bone great general again, the way he looked at Tian Renyao was filled with respect. Could it be that Tian Renyao was standing behind him not because he was a servant, but because he was being protected by the blood-bone great general? The real servant was the blood-bone great general. Thinking of this, Suyu was horrified. Tian Renyao was a hidden big shot, After the chaos, Tian Renyao's whole body was clean and neat. His soft long hair was not messed up. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not affected by what had just happened. He stood up slowly. His handsome figure was dazzling, and his body exuded a special aura. Fine, before that person shows himself, I can attack for the time being. Let's bring forward the plan to attack the Jojo continent. He said this casually, as if he was the highest commander of the ghost race in Jojo. Bai Lingtian nodded. Yes, the preparations are almost done. I've been preparing for this battle for 100 years. I'm really looking forward to it. Smiling, Bai Lingtian and Tian Renyao looked at Suyu together. Bai Lingtian was silent while Tian Renyao sighed. We are fellow disciples of the same faction. I hope you and I don't meet on the battlefield. Besides, don't go back to the faction. The Red Blood Palace is our first target. When he finished, Tian Renyao waved his sleeves and swept up the whole skeleton ship. He crossed the void and left, leaving behind a hollow echo. Hearing this, Su Yu's face changed dramatically. The first to attack the Red Blood Palace? Where was the ghost army? Had it always been in the Red Blood Palace's territory? His heart sank. He took out the wooden bird and prepared to teleport. Mr. Su, I'll go with you. Zhang Qinglong leaped onto the wooden bird. Su Yu shook his head. No, the Red Blood Palace may be in danger. It's very risky for you to go with me. I'm worried that you won't be able to hold on until we return to the Red Blood Palace. Zhang Qinglong sighed softly and stared at Su Yu with a complicated look. You're almost at your limit, aren't you? Sure enough, Su Yu's seemingly normal face finally couldn't hide the paleness on it. His body was trembling. If Zhang Qinglong hadn't held his shoulder in time, he would have fallen to the ground. First, he had to deal with Qi Ming and risk using his trump card, the trisolar sword formation. His mental strength was severely depleted. In fact, Su Yu was almost at his limit and needed to rest immediately. However, he didn't expect to be followed by such a large group of pursuers. At the critical moment, Su Yu risked using the latest fusion divine path and displayed the earth-shattering devouring vision. It finally played a deterrent role and scared them away. The power of the fusion divine path was amazing, but so was the price. His mental strength was exhausted, and he almost suffered a fundamental injury. At this moment, Su Yu was forcing himself to stay calm. He had no strength to fight anymore. If they saw through him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the outcome now wasn't any better. The Ghost Clan had made a comeback. Thank you, 3rd Deputy Region Master, for sending me to Tianya City. They should have an emergency way to contact the Red Blood Palace, Su Yu said in a low voice. He had to give the Red Blood Palace enough time to retreat. All right. Zhang Qinglong rolled up his sleeves and took his son and daughter-in-law with him. The next moment, they appeared in Tianya City. Greetings, Master Su. Xiao Han and Wu Ling rushed over. Seeing Su Yu's expression, they turned pale with fright, wondering if Su Yu had encountered a strong enemy. Do you have an emergency way to send a message to the faction? Su Yu landed on the wooden bird and asked immediately. Xiao Han realized that the situation wasn't good. He said solemnly, Of course we do, but this place is far from the faction. Using it once costs 100 middle-grade crystals. Therefore, the faction has a rule that unless it's an extremely important matter, it can't be used rashly. Master Su, could it be that you didn't find the account book and instead alerted them, causing the Heavenly Knife region to prepare for a large-scale invasion? If it's such a serious matter, it's time to use an emergency message. Su Yu shook his head, his face solemn. I've got the account book, and the prefecture's king will come to deal with them. The war between the blessed and heavenly lands and the Heavenly Knife region has come to an end. Xiao Han was startled and overjoyed, but then his heart sank. Even though the war had been resolved, they still needed to use an emergency message. Could it be something more serious than an all-out war between the two regions? What's the message about? As the cabinet master, he naturally had to clarify. The ghost race is back, and their first target is the Red Blood Palace, Suyu said. The ghost race is back. Xiao Han's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't speak. He had been fortunate enough to experience the Great War of the Ghost Race 100 years ago, and that tragedy was still unforgettable. Wait, why is the Red Blood Palace the first target? Xiao Han's heart was heavy. Suyu said, I'm confused too, but there's no time. Please inform the Red Blood Palace, quickly. Suyu didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Since Tian Renyao wanted to launch an attack on the Red Blood Palace, why did he tell Suyu and give the Red Blood Palace time to prepare? There was no time to lose. Xiao Han dared not delay such an important matter. He immediately went to the depths of the pavilion and activated the emergency message in the heavily guarded secret room. After an hour, there was no reply from the transportation portal. This is strange. If Palace Mistress Emo had received the message, she would have sent an emergency message to inquire about the details. Why hasn't there been a reply after so long? Xiao Han frowned, feeling extremely anxious. Suyu said, May I ask if the emergency message was sent directly to Mo Tianxian? No, it was sent to Palace Mistress Mo's secret training room. If Palace Mistress Mo happened to be presiding over a meeting, or if she had other matters to attend to, a similar situation might occur. The bad feeling grew stronger. Third Deputy Region Master, can you take me to the Red Blood Palace? I want to go back to the faction myself, Suyu said. Zhang Qinglong nodded without hesitation. You saved my life. What's the harm in accompanying you? However, he put Zheng Sheng and Qiu down. Cabinet Master Xiao Han, please take care of them for me. He also had a premonition that the Red Blood Palace would not be peaceful. Of course, Xiao Han said. Master Su, if Palace Mistress Emo needs help, please inform our Tianya City branch. We are willing to rush back to the faction and live and die with it. Suyu nodded, thought for a moment, and said, There is one thing I hope Cabinet Master Xiao Han can help me with. Please speak, Xiao Han said solemnly. Suyu's lips moved, and he used a secret technique to transmit his voice into Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han was startled, and his expression changed. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Don't worry, I will do it well for you, Master Su. Without another word, Zhang Qinglong took action, breaking through the void with Suyu, and headed straight for the Red Blood Palace. Central Prefecture, Imperial Palace. In the shadows of a corner, the sound of chewing flesh could be heard, and the thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. It's not enough. These are the hearts and souls of ordinary, all creation's strong men. They can't even recover from their previous injuries. A hoarse voice came from the shadows. Chapter 1070. Then, summon the region masters into the palace. Their hearts and souls are far more powerful than ordinary, all creation realm experts. The Central Prefecture's king said hesitantly, if the region masters were sacrificed, he would be the only commander left in the Central Prefecture. Moreover, the all-creation realm old monsters had disappeared after entering the palace, so he could deceive the world with the excuse that they were in the middle of their studies. However, if even the region masters disappeared after entering the palace, even a fool would know that there was something wrong with the Central Prefecture's palace, and it would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the Central Prefecture's king would have no foothold in the Jojo continent. It's just a prefecture. What's there to miss? When I recover, I will take you back to the demon dimension. At this time, the Central Prefecture's king received a communication jade pendant. After reading it, his face darkened slightly. Rubbish! What's the matter? The Central Prefecture's king said helplessly. A group of rubbish exposed the Ghost Army, and the Ghost Army was forced to take action in advance. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Deal with this matter quickly, the Central Prefecture's king said. The existence in the shadow, who had a keen perception, said lightly, "You seem to be in a hurry." "Yes, the ghost race is an important pawn of my plan for 100 years. Whether I can become the Jojo Emperor from a mere prefecture's king or not depends on this plan." However, the existence in the shadow snorted coldly, "I don't want you to lie to me. What you are anxious about is another matter." The central prefecture's king rolled his eyes slightly and nodded slowly. "Master, to be honest, I do have another urgent matter, which is to kill a person. This person has an irreconcilable hatred with me, and I must kill him." The shadow in the corner was silent for a moment, but he did not ask further. As a dignified prefecture's king, who could have an irreconcilable hatred with him? "Okay, go ahead." The central prefecture's king nodded, turned around, and stepped out of the hall with a faint smile on his face. "Suyu, I have come to fulfill my promise. You have kept my divine nine-dragon cauldron for too long." He was so anxious to kill Suyu because the invasion of the ghost army had completely disrupted the situation in the central prefecture. If Suyu died in the war, his body would be lost, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron would be buried forever. Before leaving, he told Zhan Wushuang, "The ghost race, you arrange everything according to the plan." Zhan Wushuang snorted. While traveling through the void, Suyu suddenly panicked. The divine nine-dragon cauldron in the depths of his soul trembled without warning, as if it was warning Suyu of something. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qinglong noticed that Suyu was acting strangely. Suyu shook his head. "It's nothing. Someone I'll meet soon is on his way here." Zhang Qinglong was bewildered by the baffling words. At that moment, after half a day, they finally arrived at the outer sanctum of the Red Blood Palace. After stepping out of the void, Zhang Qinglong had a strange look on his face and looked deeply at Suyu. After a long time, he sighed softly. "We are too late." The once flourishing outer sect had been razed to the ground. Broken fences and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The earth was scorched, and the magnificent palaces and pavilions that were once engraved with dragons and phoenixes had all become ruins. Only 1 or 2 places were left where the original appearance could be vaguely recognized. One was the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate pagoda, the other was the Demon Mountain. "Go to the inner sanctum," Suyu said. However, what made Suyu's face sink was that the inner sanctum had also been reduced to ashes. It was even more thorough than the outer sect. How could this be? Zhang Qinglong shook his head in confusion. "This doesn't make sense. From the time we received the news to the time we arrived at the Red Blood Palace, only half a day has passed. Could the ghost race have launched an attack in half a day? Could it be that the ghost clan is near the Red Blood Palace? They didn't launch an attack in half a day, but the moment we received the news, the Red Blood Palace was destroyed," Suyu said in a low voice. He pointed a finger at one of the ruins. Above the ruins, a jade pendant was spinning continuously, emitting a striking fluorescent light. That ruin was where Mo Tianxuan's secret training room was located. That jade pendant was undoubtedly an emergency message from Tianya City. No wonder Mo Tianxian didn't receive it. It turned out that the Red Blood Palace had been destroyed before the message arrived. This is impossible. It wasn't long before we received the news and sent the emergency message. Could the ghost race be in the Red Blood Palace? Zhang Qinglong found the destruction of the Red Blood Palace unbelievable. "You're right, the ghost race did appear in the Red Blood Palace." A familiar sigh floated into Suyu and Zhang Qinglong's ears. Suyu knew who it was without turning his head. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "True man of the purple cloud, please enlighten me." The person who came was the true man of the purple cloud, who had led the strong men of the Purple Cloud Palace to rescue them. He and the people behind him were all somewhat injured. It seemed that they had arrived in time to rescue them, but unfortunately they were powerless. It's exactly what it says. The ghost race suddenly appeared from the depths of the Red Blood Palace and caught the Red Blood Palace by surprise. The ghost race army was hiding deep under the red blood palace? If the person who spoke was not the true man of the purple cloud, so you wouldn't even have cared. How could the ghost race army be hiding under the red blood palace? This was too absurd. You'll know when you see for yourself. The true man flicked his sleeves, and the ruins of the inner palace were swept away by an amazing all-creation's mighty force, digging 3 feet into the ground out of thin air. 3 feet underground. A pitch-black hole that covered the entire area of the inner palace was revealed. It was eerie and led to the endless depths of the earth. Gusts of gloomy, ghostly wind whistled and blew, making people shudder. How could this be? Suyu was lost in thought. He had only been to the inner palace a few times, so he didn't know much about it. But there was such a huge cave under the inner palace, which sounded incredible no matter how he thought about it. Had he never noticed it before? Even if others hadn't, could Mo Tianxian not have noticed it? Where are the students of the Red Blood Palace? All kinds of strange things made Suyu think quickly. The true man of the purple cloud shook his head with a bitter smile. This is what I don't understand the most. When I came, I only saw the shadows of the ghost race, and then I fought with them. As for the students of the Red Blood Palace, as you can see, not even a corpse was seen. This was the strangest thing. The Red Blood Palace was destroyed, and the students were nowhere to be seen, not even their corpses. In the ruins, there were no remnants of blood, broken limbs, or anything like that, and there were no signs of a great battle. The ghost race has made a comeback, and their first target is the blessed and heavenly lands. They are indeed well prepared. Do they pick themselves up from where they fell? The true man laughed bitterly. 100 years ago, the blessed and heavenly lands was the final place of the final battle between the humans and the ghosts. Shen Yichen led the human race and defeated the ghost race, forcing them to retreat to the ghost prison. Now, the ghost race had returned to the world, which was a great catastrophe for the Jiuzhou continent. What about the army of the ghost race? Zheng Qinglong asked. The true man of the purple cloud pointed in the direction of the central prefecture. Their first target is the central city, and with the central prefecture as a stronghold, they will devour the other 4 continents. That's not right. Suyu shook his head calmly. How can you be sure that they're going to attack the central prefecture, and not to join forces with the central prefecture? Join forces? The true man of the purple cloud thought he had misheard. But after thinking about it carefully, he was shocked. Do you mean that the central prefecture's king is colluding with the ghost race? Creak. Suyu threw the account to him. Isn't it explained very clearly here? The true man of the purple cloud took it and flipped it over. He gasped. The resources of the Heavenly Knife region have been accumulated for 100 years, and this is a premeditated sponsorship. It hasn't been exposed for such a long time, and the Heavenly Knife region can't hide it. There must be an expert behind it, and that person is the Central Prefecture's king. Who else could it be besides him? The ghost race had joined forces with the Central Prefecture's king. Could there be a more serious situation than this? However, you seem to have anticipated it. The true man of the purple cloud observed Suyu's calm expression and guessed. Suyu nodded slightly. The army of the ghost race will go to the Central Prefecture, and I have already speculated the next step of the Central Prefecture's king's plan. I have to say his ambition is not small. It's a pity that he ran into someone else this time. Suyu's eyes shone with a shrewd light, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The true man of the purple cloud was confused. Who are you referring to? Suyu smiled and looked at the bottomless cave. Of course, it's Mo Tianxian, the woman who hides her abilities. She is playing a very big game of chess. You mean she's not dead? The true man of the purple cloud frowned. He couldn't keep up with Suyu's thoughts at all. Even if the whole world dies, this woman won't necessarily die. Having figured out some key points, Suyu's heavy heart was swept away. Chapter 1071. while they were having a conversation. Someone suddenly interrupted them. Moreover, it escaped the detection of Suyu and the true man of the purple cloud. Swish! All of a sudden, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with a golden python appeared in front of them. He had an extraordinary bearing, as if he was the ruler of the world. His eyes seemed to contain the stars and were extremely deep. With a faint smile on his face, he stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. Looking at this person, the true man of the purple cloud was slightly surprised, but not too surprised. It's the Duanqian Cliffmaster. I didn't expect to disturb you two. Zhang Qinglong was horrified. The legendary 10th Prefecture King, the King of Darkness who controlled the black market of Jiuzhou. However, the Duanqian Cliffmaster smiled gently and shook his head. I have been here for several days, and I did not come here specifically for the Ghost Clan. Of course, the invasion of the Ghost Clan did surprise me. What is even more surprising is that the Ghost Clan has been hiding under the Red Blood Palace for 100 years. He had come a few days ago. If he was not disturbed by the Ghost Clan, then why did he come? I was waiting for you. The Duanqian Cliffmaster looked at Suyu, sizing him up and nodding from time to time, looking very appreciative. However, his gaze was a little strange, as if he was looking for something. Looking for me? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Swish! The Duanqian Cliffmaster took out a jade box with a flip of his palm. 10 golden veins were sealed inside. The real spirit dragon veins. And very complete. The true man of the purple cloud and Zhang Qinglong's eyes flashed with surprise. 100 years ago, a seriously injured real dragon fell on the Jiuzhou continent. Many powerful people of Jiuzhou went to fight for it. In the end, the real dragon easily crushed dozens of all creation's old monsters before it died, causing a sensation for a while. Later, the real dragon died of serious injuries, and its remains were divided among the strong people of the continent. After 100 years, most of the remains had been used for alchemy, crafting, or practicing techniques. There were very few real dragon remains left on the continent. The real dragon's most precious dragon veins had long been extinct, and there was no supply on the market. It was rumored that a total of 100 dragon veins had been extracted from the real dragon, and more than half of them were incomplete. In the remaining battles, the remaining 50 veins were damaged. In the end, there were no more than 20 complete true spirit dragon tendons. As the most important part of a true dragon, the dragon tendon contained the essence of the true dragon's bloodline. It had a wide range of uses. In the past 100 years, it had only appeared in the market 5 or 6 times. Every time it appeared, it would shock the world and would definitely attract the prefecture's kings to fight for it. What was unexpected was that the severed Fairy Cliff Master had collected 10 of them. Suyu's pupils contracted, and a layer of golden internal energy channels appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if they were resonating with the 10 dragon veins. This meant that the 2 of them came from the same source, from the same true dragon. These are the true dragon spirit tendons that you found through the Tinya token. There are 10 of them. Please accept them. The true man of the purple cloud gasped. All 10 dragon veins were given to Suyu. Staring at Suyu, the true man of the purple cloud was extremely shocked. The value of 10 real dragon spirit veins could no longer be measured by crystals. To be precise, it was a priceless item. Rather than saying that the 10 dragon veins were exchanged, it was more like a gift to Suyu. Where did Suyu get such a great honor to receive such a gift from the Duanqian Cliffmaster? Cliffmaster, I can't accept such a generous gift, Suyu said lightly, not accepting it. How could the tens of millions that he had given to the silver-masked man be worth the value of 10 real dragon spirit tendons? Not even the tip of the iceberg. How could he not know that this was a gift from the Duanqian Cliffmaster? Based on your friendship with my daughter, what's the harm in giving you 10 dragon veins? The Duanqian Cliffmaster said disapprovingly, My daughter? It must be Gong San Wuxia. Although she had never taken the initiative to expose herself, her relationship with the Chenya auction house could not be inferred. Cliff Master, if you have anything to say, you'd better tell me the truth. I really need the dragon veins, but please state your price, Cliff Master, Suyu said calmly. His friendship with Gong Sun Wuxia was far from the point where he would give her 10 real dragon spirit tendons for no reason. The Duanqian Cliff Master must have come for a reason. Ha ha ha! Wuxia said that you are more intelligent than others, and she was right. The Duanqian Cliff Master said approvingly, I am a businessman and I never make a loss. I have waited for you for a few days, and of course I want to make a deal with you with 10 real dragon spirit tendons. The Duanqian Cliff Master was a combination of radiation theft, robbery, kidnapping, assassinations, and other dark businesses. But in essence, he was a businessman, a black market merchant. What he said was not false. Please go ahead. Suyu said calmly, but he was slightly puzzled. The Duanqian Cliff Master, the King of Darkness whose influence covered the entire Jojo continent, had something that could only be obtained by trading with him. The Duanqian Cliff Master smiled leisurely. It's very simple. If one day you get a ticket, please bring my Gong Sun clan along. Ticket? What was that? Something that the Duanqian Cliff Master mentioned, and that he was willing to pay 10 priceless dragon veins, was definitely not an ordinary item. Can you tell me what the ticket is? Suyu asked. The Duanqian Cliff Master chuckled. You don't need to know now. Anyway, you'll get a ticket and you'll bring us along. All you need to do is say the word, and it will not cause you any loss. How about that? Okay, but I hope you can agree to another condition of mine. Suyu's eyes flashed. The Duanqian Cliff Master pondered. The process of the transaction is the bargaining chip. Well, tell me if it is within reason I can agree. I'm afraid you have to agree, Suyu said calmly, and then transmitted his voice into the Duanqian Cliff Master's ears. After listening, the Duanqian Cliff Master's face darkened. Is there such a thing? After thinking for a long time, the Duanqian Cliff Master let out a long sigh. Although the price is high, to ensure that the transaction goes smoothly, I really have to agree to it. Well, I will accept this matter, but you should be careful. Thank you, Cliff Master. I hope this transaction is not too bad. The Duanqian Cliff Master laughed bitterly and tore the void to escape, leaving the true man of the purple cloud and Zhang Qinglong dumbfounded. After a long time, the true man of the purple cloud had a bitter expression on his face. From the beginning to the end, the Duanqian Cliff Master did not look at him. In the eyes of the King of Darkness, his importance was not even 1/10,000th of Suyu's. Pretending that nothing had happened, the true man of the purple cloud waited for Suyu to put away the real spirit dragon veins before returning to the topic before he was interrupted. Are you saying that Mo Tianxian is plotting something? Yes. Suyu nodded and said, as the strongest person below the mortal fairy, is it really possible that she didn't notice the entrance to the world of ghosts and souls? I'm afraid you've already sensed it, but you're pretending not to know? The true man of the purple cloud shook his head. Impossible. The invasion of the ghost race is extremely harmful. If she is aware of the existence of the entrance, it is the right way to close it as soon as possible. What benefit can she get from allowing the ghost race to recuperate underground in the Jojo continent? Aren't the benefits right in front of us? Suyu looked in the direction of the central prefecture. Suddenly, the true man of the purple cloud's eyes lit up. Are you saying that Mo Tianxian deliberately allowed the ghost clan to invade so that the central prefecture's king would become the target of public criticism? The ghost clan was now heading to the central prefecture to join forces with the central prefecture's king. Openly colluding with the ghost race was tantamount to becoming the enemy of the entire Jojo continent. He was afraid that all the prefecture kings of the continent would unite to crusade against the central prefecture's king. In this way, the central prefecture's king The greatest threat to the blessed and heavenly lands would be eliminated through the hands of the Ghost Clan and the rest of the prefecture kings. The problem is, why does Mo Tianxian think that the prefecture kings can join forces to fight against the comeback of the Ghost Clan and the Central Prefecture's king? If the Ghost Clan and the Central Prefecture's king join forces and wipe out the major forces of Jiuzhou, wouldn't she become the greatest sinner in the history of Jiuzhou? The true man's face was dark. Su Yu was deep in thought. This is also the only thing I don't understand. I only have a few speculations. How can she be sure that she can win? The slightest deviation would mean the destruction of the entire continent. Would the risk of her plot be too great? In short, Mo Tianxian must have her own plot. This woman was far more mysterious than he had met. Even the glittering jewel demonic god said that she couldn't see through this woman. The matter had come to an end. The people of the Red Blood Palace were safe and sound. What was destroyed was just an empty building. True man of the purple cloud, it's meaningless to stay here any longer. Please return to the Purple Cloud Palace as soon as possible. It's hard to guarantee that the Ghost Clan won't take a detour and attack the Purple Cloud Palace, Su Yu said. Yes, I have the same intention. Since Palace Master Mo may be safe, I won't stay for long. Farewell. The true man looked solemn. The situation was critical, and he couldn't stay away from the Purple Cloud Palace for too long. After watching him leave, Su Yu said to Zheng Qinglong, "You go too. Zhang Sheng and Qiu need you in these troubled times." Zheng Qinglong hesitated and stared at Su Yu. "What about you?" They had only known each other for half a day, but this young man who had just reached adulthood had left a deep impression on him. "I have other plans." Su Yu looked up at the sky. Only he could see that there was a black cloud in the depths of the sky that ordinary people couldn't see. It was the tribulation cloud. "Take care," Zheng Qinglong said sincerely. He really did not wish to see such an outstanding genius fall in this chaotic world. Zheng Qinglong tore the void with one hand and left. Su Yu was left standing on the ruins of the Red Blood Palace, his figure lonely and desolate. When the Red Blood Palace was glorious, I was a nobody. When the Red Blood Palace was destroyed, my name spread throughout the world. Now, when I'm going through the tribulation, I'm stepping on the ruins of the Red Blood Palace. Could this be fate? The first of the tribulations of 3 nines, the tribulation of heaven, had arrived. There was still half a day before it really came, giving Su Yu time to prepare. Taking out a few drops of the fountain of life, Su Yu took them one after another and slowly moisturized his depleted mental strength. Before the tribulation of heaven, he should be able to recover to his peak. Then Su Yu took out several treasures and placed them in front of him. These were important things that were needed to resist the tribulation of heaven. However, they were far from enough. Yun Yazi said that Su Yu's tribulation of heaven was no trivial matter and could not be overcome with common sense. In addition, the tribulation of Shang Ji's breakthrough to the Almighty should also be on Su Yu's head. When the tribulation of heaven broke out, it would definitely take his life. While thinking, Su Yu took out a broken scroll. It was the dragon form technique that he had obtained from Qi Ming. Su Yu had the dragon veins in his body and only lacked the power of the all creation's primordial spirit. He didn't know if he could practice the dragon form technique, and there was only one person who could answer this question. Chapter 1072. The waves, the waves, the waves make the little sister laugh. Clang, clang. In the empty soul space, a bone suddenly fell. Ah, there is a bone. The evil god, who was lying on the ground and singing leisurely with his legs crossed, suddenly lit up. He pounced on the bone and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, he suddenly realized something. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to insult this deity who slaughters the heavens and exterminates the earth? The blood-red evil god crawled up with a start and raised his head to the sky and barked. Clang, clang. Another bone fell, and the blue veins on the evil god's forehead bulged. "Bastard Suyu, do you really think I am a dog?" Just then another bone fell. "Well, I am a dog." The evil god suddenly lay down, smiled, and took the 3 bones in front of his mouth. He licked them with his tongue and moaned in pleasure. "Ah, what delicious bones! I haven't had this feeling for hundreds of thousands of years. I miss it so much, woo-woo." Swish! Su-Yu's figure appeared in the soul space and said indifferently, "How much do you miss being a dog?" "What do you know? This is instinct, okay? When I was still a dog, bones were the best holy meal I dreamed of. After so long, I still can't forget the glorious days when I was a dog," the evil god retorted. "You should be glad that you weren't brought to the table by someone else," Suyu said calmly. The evil god snorted and stared at Suyu. "Have you finally collected the real spirit dragon veins? How many do you have?" How could the evil god not know what he meant? "Not many, just 10. I wonder if it is enough to train to the body of 9 dragons?" Since the other party still remembered his promise, everything was easy. The evil god smacked his lips and said in surprise, "I was just saying it casually to trick you into giving me a few almighty souls to eat. Did you really find so many dragon veins?" He knew a little about the Jujo continent. The resources were very poor, and the real spirit dragon veins were almost 0. After living comfortably for so long, do you feel that your skin is itching? Suyu said lightly, a cold light gradually appearing in his eyes. "Hey, wait, I'm not lying to you. Since you found the dragon tendon and cultivated the 9 dragons' physique, of course it's nothing." The evil god hurriedly stopped, not because he was afraid of Suyu's soul torture, but because he did not want to break the trust that he had built up with great difficulty. It would be even more difficult for him to ask anything from Suyu in the future. As the cold light faded, Suyu said, "I only have half a day's time. Can you do it?" "Half a day, so urgent." I seem to feel the aura of a tribulation." TSK, it's the extremely rare 39 tribulations. If that's the case, then you won't be able to escape this calamity. I've never heard of anyone successfully surviving the 39 tribulations. The evil god's perception was amazing. He could smell the existence of the tribulation even though he was isolated from the soul space. He could also accurately name the tribulation. "Ha ha ha, but you've come at the right time. I've long felt that you should be struck by lightning. This is the consequence of imprisoning an emperor who can slaughter the heavens and destroy the earth. Are you afraid?" The evil god put his legs on his hips and laughed into the sky. He looked like he was gloating. Suyu chuckled. "Oh, if I turn into ashes, you'll be exiled in the soul space forever. Is that okay?" The soul space relied on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Unless the divine 9-dragon cauldron was destroyed, the soul space would not be automatically unlocked. The evil god's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, with a mournful look on his face, he ran up to Suyu and wailed miserably, "Brat, if you have any conscience, you must remember to let me go before you turn into ashes. Don't worry, before I die, I won't forget to drag you along with me." Suyu smiled and stroked the dog's head. "Woof woof. You despicable be ****. You want to take me with you even before you die." The evil god glared at Suyu fiercely. Suyu kicked him over. "Then why don't you hurry up and help me achieve the body of the 9 dragons?" The evil god rolled on the ground a few times and climbed up as if nothing had happened. He said seriously, "It seems that you have the confidence to survive the 39 tribulations. Well, I'll help you hone the body of the 9 dragons." In his opinion, with the protection of a great god like Yun Yazi, although the 39 tribulations were extremely dangerous, they might not be able to do anything to Suyu. However, half a day is too hasty. I need at least 9 days. 9 days? Suyu frowned deeply. The ordeal was right in front of him. How could he wait for 9 days? The first ordeal of the 39 tribulations, the ordeal, should be no problem for a freak like you." The evil god looked at Suyu and said, "Moreover, with the power of the ordeal you can better hone the 10 dragon veins and remove the residual demonic energy in them, making them purer. It will be of great benefit to you." Upon hearing that, Suyu seemed to understand. The so-called ordeal is also a tempering for the tribulation taker. You should try to rely on your body more and use fewer treasures and tools. Only then can you get the most benefits. Suyu nodded. "Yes, I understand. What should I do with the dragon veins next?" The evil god held up both legs and examined them one by one with a pair of dog eyes. He said, "Of course, you have to check them first. After all, the dragon veins are the essence of the real dragon. If there is an incomplete dragon soul hidden in them and it unknowingly fused into your body, it will be very bad." When it said that, Suyu secretly thought that he had been careless and neglected this point. After all, there was a deity like the evil god who had lived for countless years and was experienced. The first leg was fine. The second leg was also fine. The third leg, when it came to the 9th leg, the evil god's face was expressionless. He nodded slowly. This real dragon should have died very thoroughly. The dragon's soul was completely destroyed, and not a trace was left. Hey, wait! Suddenly, the evil god's dog eyes stared at the last leg, the 10th dragon vein, and its eyes lit up. This is... The dog's paw stroked the surface of the 10th dragon vein. Suddenly, a drop of golden blood seeped out of the golden dragon vein. It was the same color as the dragon vein, and its breath was exactly the same. It was impossible to detect the existence of the golden blood just by perception. "Boy, where did you get the dragon vein? The original body of this dragon vein seems to be quite extraordinary," the evil god said in surprise. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "It was given to me by a strong mortal fairy." "Why? Is there a problem with the dragon vein?" "There is no problem with the dragon vein, but there is a problem with the original body of the dragon. It actually condensed a drop of divine dragon blood. My goodness, this is a real dragon in the process of becoming a god. And looking at the pure state of this drop of divine blood, it is clear that it has successfully taken the most important step to become a god. As long as it practices diligently for a period of time, all the dragon blood in its body will be transformed into divine dragon blood, and it will become a god. However, it seems that after sacrificing the first drop of divine blood, it was ambushed during its weak period, and it died with hatred." Suyu was puzzled. Is a divine dragon that rare? Listening to the tone of the evil god, the divine dragon seemed to be very extraordinary. The evil god had always been arrogant. If it could be so amazed, it must be extraordinary. Nonsense. The divine dragon is an existence that surpasses many gods. Once it becomes a god, it can manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, change the world, and is omnipotent. The gods of ordinary races turn and flee when they see it. Don't you think it is powerful? The evil god rolled its eyes. Suyu said lightly, "Compared to you?" "Compared to me, of course." The evil god said matter-of-factly. It realized halfway through its sentence and changed its words. "Compared to me, it is about the same. I am also very powerful." "Well, don't mind these details. Boy, your luck is so strong that it can be said to be nature-defying. This drop of divine dragon blood is infinitely beneficial for your cultivation of the divine body of the evil dragon. It also has amazing benefits for your cultivation." The evil god was a little reluctant. "If it wasn't for my divine blood, which can't be mixed with the blood of other gods, I would never give it to you." After listening, Suyu stared at the golden blood and thought, "How should I refine it?" "Refine? You? If you are not afraid of dying, you can refine it." The evil god had a look of contempt. "Don't underestimate this drop of blood. Unless it is a complete god's body, it can't bear this drop of blood at all." At this moment, the soul space suddenly shook. The evil god rolled its eyes. "Bastard boy, you are upset when I say something bad about you. You want to bully me, Can't you be a little? Shut up! Suyu shouted coldly, staring at the soul space, his eyes bursting with a strange light. It's not you. The evil god noticed that Suyu's expression was not right and realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, 3 loud dragon roars spread through the soul space. At the same time, 3 kinds of divine light, purple, red, and white, descended and wrapped around the evil god. Suyu was very familiar with the aura contained in the 3 kinds of light. Time, space, soul. The evil god was wrapped in 3 kinds of light, and his body and soul were all fixed in a different time and space. Then there was a distortion above the soul space, and a huge cauldron suddenly descended. The cauldron was carved with 9 flying dragons of different shapes. They were lifelike and extremely lifelike, as if they would fly out in the next moment. It really is you, the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Suyu said in surprise. The soul space was created by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Those who could enter this place, apart from Suyu, could only have the divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, after having the divine 9-dragon cauldron for so long, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had never taken the initiative to appear. It had always been firmly entrenched in the center of Suyu's soul. This was the first time that it had appeared like this. The divine 9-dragon cauldron descended and fell in front of Suyu. This was the first time that Suyu had seen its body. Looking closely, he could feel the mighty breath of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the kind of vast and domineering breath that filled the ancient divine wilderness made people tremble. When looking at the divine 9-dragon cauldron carefully, Suyu finally found that the inside of the cauldron was dry. There used to be red blood constantly flowing into Suyu's body, but now there were only dry traces left inside. Then purple, red, and white, 3 flying dragons really flew out from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. From the carvings, they turned into real bodies. When they flew above Suyu's head, Suyu's body trembled. That breath was divine. Could it be that the 9 flying dragons were not carvings, but real dragons? The 3 divine dragons surrounded the evil god, holding the divine dragon blood in the palm of the evil god, and flew back to the divine 9-dragon cauldron, turning back into a carving. The drop of golden blood fell into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. A surprising scene unfolded. In the dry divine 9-dragon cauldron, a layer of red liquid overflowed. However, compared to the past, the red liquid was darker, with a touch of gold, and the energy it contained was far more than the red liquid of the past. The divine blood entered the cauldron and was diluted into a red liquid. Suyu's mind roared. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he had an unusually shocking guess. Chapter 1073. Buzz. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have regained its vitality. Its whole body vibrated, and a wisp of golden liquid overflowed from the divine 9-dragon cauldron and flowed through the 4th emerald dragon body on the cauldron wall. More than 30% of the dragon body turned into crystals in an instant. This scene made Suyu unable to suppress his excitement. Since the 3rd dragon, the white dragon that represented the soul, had crystallized, there had not been a new dragon crystallized for a long time. At this moment, after obtaining the new divine blood, there was actually a 4th emerald dragon crystallized. At the same time, Suyu's left hand shone with a hint of emerald light, like a palm carved from emerald jade, like a natural precious jade. In the center of the palm, a delicate emerald dragon could be vaguely seen. It was lifelike and turned into a mark on the palm. A strange message poured into Suyu's mind. Dragon of life. Suyu murmured. The emerald dragon represented life. This was not the same as the fountain of life, which meant to heal injuries, but literally, resurrection. As long as there was still a breath of life left in the world, it could bring the dead back to life with the divine hand of life. It was different from the resurrection of the dead, which cost Suyu's life as the price to go back to a certain time and space. Now it could bring the dead back to life. However, the more powerful the creature, the more difficult it was to resurrect the dead. Su Yu was currently powerless to do anything beyond the mortal fairy level. Even so, it was enough to shock Su Yu. After time, there was space, and after space, there was the soul. After the soul, there was resurrection. Each was more shocking and profound than the last. Su Yu couldn't help but tremble. How strong was the power contained in the divine nine-dragon cauldron? A one-third crystallized emerald dragon had already given Su Yu the power to resurrect the dead. Then, what kind of power would the emerald dragon obtain when it was completely crystallized? At the same time, the liquid that flowed through the emerald dragon flowed along the cauldron wall and dripped into Su Yu's body. In an instant, a shocking burning pain penetrated Su Yu's body, almost causing his soul space to collapse. His body seemed to be burning, and the scorching and powerful energy wantonly burned in Su Yu's body from the inside out. It was dragon blood. That drop of divine dragon blood had been diluted 100 times by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, when it entered Su Yu's body, it still broke through his body's limit. He could feel that his physical body was on the verge of collapsing, about to collapse from the inside out. What was even more dangerous was that the huge amount of energy had nowhere to go, so it quickly merged into his dantian. Now, Su Yu's inner and outer dantians were more than 10 times larger than a grade 9 fairy's. It could be said that they had reached an unprecedented level of strength. However, only a trace of the enormous energy flowed into his dantian, and it filled his external dantian. Then his inner dantian was also filled. As for the remaining energy, there was still more than 40%, and it was still continuously gathering in his dantian. Su Yu's expression changed greatly, and he knew that the situation was far from good. He wanted to stop the energy and expel it from his body, but it was already too late. The terrifyingly enormous energy directly caused his inner and outer dantians to explode. After the explosion, the size of his dantian had expanded to twice its original size. However, there was still 40% of the energy left. Then the newly expanded dantian exploded once more, doubling in size. At this moment, the remaining 25% of the energy had all merged into his dantian. For the third time, his dantian exploded. After the expansion of his dantian, it had reached an unimaginable level. It was equivalent to 8 times its original size. Su Yu could clearly see that the silver sword energy that had once filled his dantian now occupied less than 1/8 of the corner. If it were compared to the size of an ordinary grade 9 fairy, Su Yu's dantian would be 80 times their size. In other words, the vital energy of 80 grade 9 fairies was only equal to Su Yu's. The biggest change in his dantian was that after the 3 violent explosions, the diaphragm of his inner and outer dantians had been destroyed, and the inner and outer dantians had become one. This was completely unexpected. When his dantian had been destroyed in the past, Su Yu had found a way to create an inner dantian in his dantian, and from then on he had 2 dantians. Unexpectedly, the continuous violent explosions had shattered the diaphragm, and the 2 inner and outer dantians had become one. This saved him from some hidden dangers. When breaking through to the almighty level, the dantian would transform into the almighty fetal crystal. The inner and outer dantians had never existed before. If any unfavorable changes occurred during the transformation, it would be troublesome. I wonder what will happen when a huge dantian like mine transforms into an almighty fetal crystal. Su Yu was full of expectations. When breaking through to the almighty level, the stronger the dantian was, the stronger the fetal crystal would be. 1/3 of the energy diluted by a drop of divine blood had given Su Yu great benefits. Not only had he obtained the divine hand of life, but his dantian had also expanded unprecedentedly, reaching an extremely prosperous state. It seemed like the evil god was right. The benefits of the dragon god's blood were really endless. Moreover, through this drop of divine blood, Su Yu had also confirmed one thing. If he wanted to continue to crystallize the flying dragon, the only way was to find divine blood, and the stronger the better. After the divine nine-dragon cauldron dripped the red liquid. It spiraled out of the soul space and resettled in Suyu's soul. It seemed to be even more secure than before. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The evil god had finally broken free and subconsciously barked a few times. He was bound by time, space, and soul, isolated in a different space and time, and had no idea that the divine nine-dragon cauldron had descended. However, as the evil god of the past, he more or less sensed that something was wrong. What happened just now? It seems like something extraordinary has come. Wait, where is the divine dragon's blood? Who took it? The evil god suddenly shouted, and immediately stared at Suyu fiercely. Was it you? Did you take it? What did you do to me, the divine emperor? Suyu's face was expressionless. There was a situation in the soul space just now, and I have put away the divine dragon's blood. What situation? I have no comment. You are lying. I never lie, but you are lying now. The inspection of the dragon tendon has been completed. What should I do next? Suyu asked. The evil god stared at Suyu with dissatisfaction and said reluctantly, "It's very simple. Let me out, and I will take control of part of your body. Don't hit me first. Just let a trace of my consciousness leave. My original body is trapped, and I can't fight you with just my consciousness alone." Hearing this, the cold light in Suyu's eyes gradually faded. Unless he had no other choice, he would never let the evil god out. Okay, you take the dragon tendon first. If the transformation can be completed in 9 days, you will benefit, Suyu said. The evil god smiled and said, "Do you want to give me the soul of a mortal fairy as compensation?" It was supposed to be a tease, but Suyu said lightly, "Why not?" The evil god was stunned. He stared at Suyu and said with mixed feelings, "I didn't expect that the little practitioner of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would one day stand in front of me and say such bold words. The world is unpredictable. The unpredictable is yet to come." Suyu's face was calm, and he left the soul space without looking back. Returning to his body, Suyu immediately felt the changes in his body. After being tempered by the diluted divine dragon's blood, a faint golden color appeared under his skin, and a surge of power that was neither human nor demon was rolling in his body. He clenched one hand, and a few rays of golden light flashed between his palms, and a few cracks appeared in the void easily. This is... Suyu was very surprised. His physical body had indeed grown, but it was far from the point where he could crush the void. The thing that could crush the void was the non-human, non-demonic power that had been integrated into his bloodline. Is this the dragon power? Suyu was deeply surprised. The body that had been tempered by the divine dragon's blood could also be tempered with additional dragon power, based on this dragon power alone. Even without the body of the 9 dragons, there are not many in the Almighty Realm who could compete with Suyu in terms of physical strength. After all, in the Almighty Realm, there are very few who could tear the space with one hand. Looking at his body again, it was solemn and dignified, as if he had been reborn. At the same time, the slightly childish face of the youth in the past had been transformed by the dragon blood, and there was a bit more fortitude, making Suyu look more mature. Now, Suyu was no longer a teenager, but a young man. "Phew, the Duanxian Cliffmaster really sent me a big gift," Suyu said. However, the Duanxian Cliffmaster probably did not notice that there was a drop of divine dragon's blood in the dragon vein. Otherwise, such an amazing thing would have been obtained by him long ago, and why would he leave it for Suyu? The value of that drop of divine dragon's blood was 100 times greater than the dragon's veins. Looking up at the sky, there was another dark cloud in the sky that ordinary people could not see. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Suyu took out a drop of orange liquid, and his eyes shone. The last drop of honey of 100 flowers was waiting for this moment. At the same time, Suyu took out the floating life door and the 5 elements divine prison, The former was to cultivate the 9 dragons' demon-subduing art and strive to break through the last stage with superb comprehension. As for the latter, after comprehending the 99 demon clan inscriptions, Suyu was only 1 character away from activating 10% of the 5 elements' divine prison's power. With the great calamity approaching, he could not give up any hope of improving his strength. His left eye was filled with purple light, and Suyu entered the state of time acceleration. At the same time, he swallowed the precious honey of 100 flowers and immediately fell into meditation and training. Tianya City. In a tea house, 2 stunningly beautiful women were drinking in the upper room. This time, thanks to 3rd Junior's sister taking me away in time, otherwise we would have been in trouble. Han Xuan's face was filled with innocence, and she smiled as she touched the head of the woman in front of her. She was an extremely cute, petite, and exquisite girl, beautiful like a little demon fox in the mountains. All women were overflowing with motherly love, and they loved her very much, treating her like a pet fairy. It was a pity that the girl was reticent, as if something had passed away from her. She was lifeless and cold. "It's my duty." The girl nodded indifferently and picked up a mouthful of delicious food. Han Xian also picked up a mouthful with a smile. She had been sent to the Heavenly Knife region by the Central Prefecture's king to participate in the battle against the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. However, she was intercepted by her 3rd junior sister on the way, who said that something had changed in the Heavenly Knife region and that it was inadvisable to go there. When she came to the Heavenly Knife region to inquire about it, Han Xian was shocked. As the Heavenly Knife region master, she had colluded with the Ghost Clan. Moreover, there was news that the Ghost Clan Great Army was marching along the Heavenly Knife region towards the imperial city of the Central Prefecture. If they did not leave the Heavenly Knife region in time and encountered the Ghost Clan, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 1074. The 3rd junior sister took out a jade pendant in silence. It was the sound-transmitting jade pendant that contained the Central Prefecture's king's message. Han Xian took it and scanned it with her mind. It was indeed the Central Prefecture's king's arrangement. He had sent her to intercept Han Xian and bring her back to the sect. That's fine. I don't want to fight with the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. Let's go back to the sect. Han Xian stretched herself. This was exactly what she wanted. She just wanted to cultivate. But suddenly, Han Xuan's vision became blurry. She subconsciously waved her hand in front of her. Why can't I see my hand clearly? And why do I feel sleepy? The 3rd junior sister raised her head and said calmly, "It's because the food you ate contained a drug that could knock out all creation's old monsters." Yes, it was me. Han Xuan's body began to weaken. Her all creation's mighty force was continuously draining away, and her consciousness was gradually slipping into unconsciousness. She struggled in confusion. "You want to bring me back to the imperial city like this?" She thought this was a hint from the Central Prefecture's king, because she had a precedent of escaping from the Central Prefecture's imperial city. Maybe it was her master who asked her 3rd junior sister to do this. "No, I'll take you to another place." The 3rd junior sister stood up indifferently. Her small body easily grabbed Han Xian and carried her on her shoulder. While she was in a daze, she heard her 3rd junior sister murmuring coldly, "It's time for an end between us. Brother Suyu!" Suyu? Which Suyu? Unfortunately, under the effects of medicine, he fell into a deep sleep. As for 3rd junior sister, she took out a pine cone and threw it in front of her. The pine cone broke through the void and carried her away. In the sea of clouds, the Duanxian cliff master sat cross-legged, facing the direction of the central plains. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he shattered the void in front of him with a palm strike. In the void, something seemed to be interrupted and stopped. A boundless emperor aura swept out. "Severed Fairy Cliff Master? Are you waiting for me here?" A figure in a royal robe stepped out. It was the domineering Central Prefecture's king. The Duanxian Cliffmaster nodded. Yes, I promised someone to give you 9 days. This was the promise he had made to Suyu. It would only take Suyu 9 days to stop the Central Prefecture's king. Otherwise, if Suyu was killed by the Central Prefecture's king, the severed fairy cliff's investment in Suyu would be wasted. The Central Prefecture's king's indifferent face revealed a trace of ridicule. A mere ant actually managed to persuade the King of Darkness to make a move. I have underestimated him. With that, the Central Prefecture's king clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I will double the amount he offered you. Then make way. As the legendary 10th Prefecture's king, his strength had always been a mystery. No one knew anything about him, and even his origins were extremely strange. No one was able to find out anything about him. It was as if he had appeared overnight, and then with irresistible force he controlled the continent's dark forces and established the severed fairy cliff. If it wasn't necessary, the Central Prefecture's king didn't want to fight with him and waste his time. He gave it to you, but you can't give it to me. If you don't want to fight me, then stay here for 9 days. After 9 days, you can do whatever you want, the severed fairy cliff master said indifferently. The Central Prefecture's king was silent. If Suyu gave him the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he couldn't give it to him. So you're going to stop me? The Central Prefecture's king was actually agitated. In an instant, the weather changed and boundless golden clouds surged, as if an emperor had descended. The severed fairy cliff master didn't want to be outdone. He also released his aura. The dark clouds were like a heavenly tribulation, rolling and covering half of the sky. If you insist on not listening to my advice, from afar, the sky was half dark and half golden. As his voice fell, the next moment, the two completely different skies collided. The severed fairy cliff master and the Central Prefecture's king were still standing in the same place. It seemed that they hadn't moved at all, but in fact they had already exchanged hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. A trace of black blood flowed from the corner of the severed fairy cliff master's mouth. The Central Prefecture's king's body swayed, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect the King of Darkness to be so powerful. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the severed fairy cliff master chuckled. I don't think anyone would have thought that the Central Prefecture's king had already touched the edge of a god. You are the one who really hid your strength and deceived all the prefecture's kings. Since you know, why don't you get out of the way? You are no match for me, the Central Prefecture's king said indifferently. The severed fairy cliff master shook his head. It is not a qualified businessman to let an investment go to waste easily. It is enough to fight you. But in his heart he smiled bitterly. Boy, I don't think I can hold him for 9 days. I can only delay him for 6 days. For the next 3 days, you are on your own. The ruins of the Red Blood Palace. Suyu opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. With the help of the honey of 100 flowers and the acceleration of time, the 9 dragons' devil-subduing art and the demon clan inscriptions could not make the progress they should have. There seemed to be a force of interference. Every time Suyu cultivated to a critical moment, he would go astray, or when he was comprehending a critical point, his thoughts would immediately go astray. The 9 dragons' devil-subduing art was only a step away from the top, and the comprehension of the demon clan inscriptions was only a step away. However, they were all blocked. Looking up at the sky, the blue sky in the eyes of others was bright and sunny, but in Suyu's eyes it was filled with cold wind and dark clouds. The breath of the calamity could pour down at any time. In the end, the cultivation must be blocked by the calamity. Sweeping away the dust on his body, Suyu stood up and put away the 5 elements' divine prison and the floating life door. He stared at the dark clouds and smiled indifferently. Come on, what can you do to me? It was as if Suyu's words had provoked the calamity. The rolling, boundless dark clouds suddenly tumbled violently like stormy waves. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, all of them roaring and roaring. Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder that seemed to split the heavens, and the earth shook the world. The ruins of the Red Blood Palace under his feet were instantly shaken into particles and dust. The millions of miles of fairy confining forest, along with the insects, fish, birds, and beasts in the forest, were all shattered. The ancient mountains were collapsing, the endless earth was cracking, and millions of mountains and rivers were reduced to a life-forbidden zone in the thunder. Somewhere, a white-clothed woman with a long sword on her back walked among the clouds. She was like a sword fairy walking among the clouds. Even if the terrible thunder destroyed millions of mountains and rivers, it did not move her sleeves. Her crystal-like eyes seemed to contain the rules of heaven and earth. She looked at the millions of miles of mountains and rivers, looking in Suyu's direction. The 3 Nines ordeal. Someone in the Jojo continent is going through this ordeal. Is it the descendant of some deity? The white-clothed woman stopped in her tracks, not intending to disturb him. The 3 Nines ordeal could only be encountered by nature-defying geniuses, and the so-called nature-defying was usually only possessed by the descendants of deities. Even the 3 Nines ordeal can be divided into strong and weak ones. I wonder if his 3 Nines ordeal is strong or weak. In the Red Blood Palace, Suyu did not notice that millions of miles away, there was a terrifying existence silently watching him go through the ordeal. At the same time, in the rolling dark clouds, a pitch-black thunderbolt slowly floated down from the clouds. It was different from ordinary thunderbolts. It was not in the shape of a lightning bolt, but a feather. Yes, a pitch-black feather. Suyu had never seen pitch-black thunderbolts, let alone a disastrous thunder in the form of a feather. 1,000,000 miles away, the white-clothed woman's calm face began to flash with a hint of surprise. It seems that the descendant of a deity is really going through the ordeal. What has appeared is the first-grade ordeal of the 3 Nines ordeal, the ordeal of Thunder Feather. The 3 Nines ordeal was divided into 9 grades, from grade 1 to grade 9. The intensity of the 3 Nines ordeal was getting stronger and stronger. Even if it was grade 1, few people could go through it. This was the rule of the Great Path, a restriction on the descendants of deities. The purpose was to prevent the position of deity from becoming hereditary. Imagine a descendant of a deity. Compared to ordinary martial artists, who would be more likely to become a deity? Of course, it was the descendants of the deities. Even without the personal guidance of the deities, their descendants had endless resources and the bloodline of the gods left by their ancestors. In the long run, the descendants of the deities would all become deities, and ordinary martial artists would never be qualified to be promoted to the position of deity. Therefore, if the descendants of the deities were determined to become deities, they would definitely suffer the 3 Nines ordeal. Therefore, generally speaking, only the descendants of the deities who had reached the peak of the mortal fairy and were approaching the end of their lifespans would establish the will to become deities and choose to break through the position of deity. The descendants of the younger generation of deities would rarely choose to establish the will of the Great Path. It's only a grade 1 tribulation. He must be a descendant of a deity who is about to pass away. He is old and weak, and has no hope of breaking through the peak of the mortal fairy, the woman in white said lightly. A grade 1 tribulation meant that the Great Path did not pose much of a threat to him. A grade 1 tribulation could cut off his path to godhood. But as a descendant of the deities, he chose Jujo to undergo the 3 Nines ordeal. Did he not think that this would harm the vitality of the Jojo continent? The woman in white looked unhappy. 2 beams of sword light shot out from her eyes, piercing through millions of miles. The sword light swept across, replicating the details of everything within millions of miles. Then, the sword light flew back into the eyes of the woman in white, so that she could see the details of everything within millions of miles. Such a way of using the sword could be said to be superb and shocking. However, after receiving the information, the indifferent face of a mortal fairy who had cultivated the way of the sword started to change. What's going on? Why is it a 20-year-old youth going through the tribulation? Wait, he's only a ninth grade fairy. What's going on? The 3 Nines ordeal was specially established for the descendants of the deities. It was almost impossible for ordinary martial artists to encounter it. Moreover, it would only appear when a mortal fairy broke through to become a deity. The scene in front of her turned the common sense of the woman in white upside down. A mortal martial artist, and a ninth grade fairy at that, was being suppressed by the 3 Nines ordeal. Who is he? A 20-year-old ninth grade fairy is nothing special in the continent. Why is he regarded as a threat by the Great Path? The woman in white was lost in thought. A grade 1 tribulation was used on a peak mortal fairy who was about to pass away. Indeed, it could be inferred that the Great Path did not think much of a threat to him. However, at this moment, it was not used on a mortal fairy, nor on an all creations, nor on a divine master. It was used on a ninth grade fairy. What kind of great threat did the great Tao have to this youth? It was obvious. The woman in white stopped and stared into the distance. Above the Red Blood Palace, Suyu stared at the feather-shaped, pitch-black thunderbolt. His hair stood on end, and his body instinctively felt threatened.